Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to boss me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that Lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me. had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my life? See your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, Delilah.
out, it's the first page, but I shake the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 38 in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If it wasn't beef, they would turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of pull, now I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't let's leave the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rugged, so tight. Gamble with my life, how to be on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I leave it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Live it in a moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right way, stand now. Always pouring down the rain before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible. Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Is that a key on your jugular?
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Horrendous sight for this sort of thing. He can't be going for the big break plays. Hajime in trouble, rotating around like Colas. Where are you? You need to get here now. Gonna bide his time, runs on it. Oh, he baits it out and misses the shot. Oh, this is deadly. Mouse 1 goes hard in a clutch situation. Well, those two. And only Kiri guts him down in a big close quarters.
Trying to bait out some sort of a move to get off the user, but right now knowing full.
Takes two out, like a free utility zipper on the plant. Oblivion, there you go. That's the shots you were looking for. The drop down has the sideline. Can't find the angle of the diffuser. Oblivion's hunting him right now. The pixel, Oblivion with the quad and the clutch. The 1v3 clutch up. Into the defuse, a straight, a fourth round near Cthulhu.
Yeesh. Nasty way to go.
Yeah, look, that was not the play.
Which is always good to see from the gamer himself, continuing the streak even further. Striker's low on HP. This could be a quad kill clutch from him.
Play, yeah, okay. Quad for Souffle. With the suppressed 9mm, he's going to make it work. 1.5 times scope goes hard. The Canadian.
C4.
Absolutely dismantled it. The C4 does tonight. Out of Hobart. He's come up white. It's a 3 versus 2. They've joined up. Oh my lord, look at that. He's got control. He's got control. It's Hobart for 3. What is this, Cthulhu? What is this?
Ooh.
Take that. Oh my god.
if I'm starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get up, move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It might be a rainy, wet Saturday here in New Zealand, but it is exciting because we're going into Day 5 of the Southeast Asian Operations League as presented by Kingston Fury and Cthulhu. It's not just Day 5 here in the Southeast Asian Operations League. It is also the birthday of two of our lovely players here in the Operations League, Sapper from Elevate and Ape from the Gaming Gladiators. Happy birthday to them. Hopefully, it'll give them that +5 buff going into the matches tonight. Some absolute legends in the scene. But we're going into Day 5. Got some exciting games ahead of us. And look, this one, we kind of have the script down. We know how this one should go, but it doesn't always go to the script.
Sorry, pardon about that. My microphone was unfortunately muted. But yes, it usually is sort of one of those times where, yeah, look, generally speaking, the favorites at least statistically, are there. But absolutely, there's plenty of space for the upsets. But for the most of it, look, I think we could still see some really good few breakthrough rounds, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely excited for the matches that we have on our cards today. But I mean, you look at it as it stands, how things have been going. So far, for the most part, it is as expected. We get to see, Fury continuing that rise to glory, still undefeated coming into Day 5, taking, a huge win, arguably last week. It was a very impressive showing for them, a lot of resilience, being able to hold off on the onslaught that was brought to them by Elevate, just denying that overtime. And look, our three APAC South teams did get taken quite deep in their respective matches.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the APAC South representatives definitely did get quite a run for their money. You look at some of the previous results. Even the Direwolves versus Varian X genuinely was one of the more impressive showcases that I've seen for quite a while. 7-4 was quite a thorough matchup, and then GG versus Champion even, which was the concluding matchup. That was still a pretty solid one. A 5-7 scoreline, but it was a very sort of back and forth almost game between GG and Champion, where both teams sort of were still in to win, but at the end of it all, it was a very sort of clinical wrap up. But for tonight, look, looking at matches, I am honestly probably the one that I'm actually excited for is the Obsession versus GG and the Elevate versus Champion, because I think this is where we might see some really juicy games.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of even keen for that Varian X Fury game. I reckon that one could be a rather interesting one, being the newest team in the competition. Varian X coming in, given how they played last week. Fury, yes, they are undefeated at the moment, but there's no reason it couldn't be a slightly longer game with Varian X, giving them a run for their money. So it's look, there's a lot that could come out of tonight that I am definitely excited for, of course. But as we have a look at how things are and where we are in the competition, Fury have really stamped, they've come into the season, they've had a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They want to lock themselves in first. They're clear by a point at the moment. But, all signs are pointing to the fact that they will keep that trend rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this time, sort of the way how Fury been playing, the way how they sort of shaped their style, it has been a very sort of very flexible in terms of how they approach their teams. They definitely, comparative to their last season, they managed to really tidy up their performance, tidy up their general sort of play, where it definitely looked like it was just, a very coherent, very, very solid play really coming out of them. But look, going into this matchup, the Direwolves versus Stray, similar could be said about Direwolves, although they have been introducing sort of their own in terms of memeing as well, it seems.
Yeah, it definitely seems that they've recovered from that unfortunate situation they found themselves in at the beginning of the year. The post, land debuff that we had after Charlotte. They've really bounced back. They've looked a lot better the second, coming into stage 3, of course. And with their newest addition, Reaps96 joining the Direwolves, look at his score currently. He is sitting above a 2.0 KD.
Yeah, Reaps has been just a solid addition to Direwolves. I think one of those few additions that you just introduce that one player that is able to, once needed, to put the team on his back, to be able to really push it to the absolute limit. And I mean, yeah, the score basically speaks for itself. 54-26 so far throughout the whole season. That is a sturdy scoreline that has been going there for quite a while.
I mean, a plus 28 is huge numbers. I mean, you look at the rest of the team comparatively, the only player on the team not going positive, Pecan, strangely enough, which I think maybe indicates that with Reaps joining the roster, there has been a bit of a roster shuffle in terms of who plays what role. So I think, yeah, at the moment, everything overwhelmingly positive for the Direwolves at the moment. The only real blemish on their record at the moment was the fact that they got taken to overtime by Elevate. And that is the only reason currently that they aren't tied for first. And we will likely get that decided next week when they face off with Fury.
Yeah, I definitely think that I think Direwolves' sort of
not next
game
week,
against...
tomorrow night. There you go.
Yeah, Direwolves' game against Fury is definitely going to be a big sort of test here, I reckon. Because sort of in my eyes, Direwolves definitely, they deserve this sort of matchup. And I think... sort of with Direwolves between themselves and Fury, they could really sort of give us a bit of a taster of what we could possibly even see in the playoffs finals as well. But in terms of a straight look, unfortunately for them, it's been a very rough run. As much as we want to see, the underdogs pull off, as much as we want to see them, get to their heights. But I mean, the second season in a row, they already still sitting at the 8th position, although managed to double the amount of points that they've gotten from the last season, being that is, well, from 0 to 1. But yeah, it's just
how maths work.
It's yeah. Look. We'll ignore the general sort of mathematical rulings here, but.
Multiplying by 0 still equals 0.
It still equals 0, yeah. Well, that seems to be the sort of the gist of how their effort been really going, it still seems.
I mean, look, so far this season, they've proved that they can start strong. Unfortunately, it's finishing out a game that has been the real struggle point for them. And I don't know how much more they're going to struggle, given they are about to face off against the Direwolves on Villa, which, I mean, at the moment, a reasonably strat-intensive map. Direwolves, they picked it Playday 2 and 3 and won those both handily. A 7-4 over Champion and a 7-1 over Obsession, whose only round victory was on the attack, surprisingly enough. So going into this, you got to wonder, because you look at it, Skyscraper, Theme Park, 2 maps that Direwolves have already played, but they leave Border in Oregon. That's where they opt to ban Astrape and let Villa through. And collectively, they're 14-5 this season on Villa. You made me wonder if that was a bit of a mistake. I mean, even Oregon, I think, might have been a better port of call.
Yeah, Oregon definitely feels like it would have been a much sort of at least easier decision to go to for Astrape. But definitely Villa feels like a little bit of an odd one, given that, I mean, remembering Direwolves on Villa, even with them memeing, with one of their players memeing and going just pistols only, they were able to absolutely demolish.
Excuse me, Pecan is nothing but a professional. Regardless of the fact that the last 2 play days he's played nothing but pistols only, it should not be considered a blemish on his record. Speaking of blemishes on records, Infian, the man with all the inside knowledge last season, he's looking a bit washed, Cthulhu.
A bit of a rough gig. Look, at least it seems like the decision for tonight is rather unanimous. So, say if everyone's record gets tarnished, we're all in on it. So
yeah, we're all ride or die this week. We all fall together or we all rise together. But I mean, you're looking at it. You got 4 Apex South teams versus 4 Seas teams coming in. So it really is a battle of a mixture of T1 versus T2/T3. Because
basically,
obviously Varian hasn't quite had that experience. I would argue probably Astrape. And all 4 of these teams probably haven't had that tier 2 experience quite just yet. So, it is going to be a battle. But you know what isn't a battle? If you're in Twitch chat, if you want to get yourself some goodies, make sure you use hashtag #PullYourShot. Get your chance at winning some R6 credits in a Rainbow Six Operation League Seas. pen, lovely little bit of memorabilia from the Koyo store as well. Cthulhu and I both have ours. Mine's still in package because I want to save it for as long as possible, and Cthulhu has already tarnished it with oxygen.
Hey, look, gotta show it off still onto public, you know. Gotta flash the flair. But look, I mean, all things considered, it's still going to be a really... I want to say interesting match, but by interesting, I mean how many players of DW will actually run pistols is probably my next question. Because we've seen, you know, Pecan already show us some absolutely mad...
I think Pecan more than likely will.
Oh, Pecan, I am 110% sure Pecan will run a pistol. I'm more so curious if anyone else will sort of fall to the peer pressure here.
who's gonna give in to the bullying of Pecan in the back? But I mean, look, Keith, we didn't really touch on him too much. In one of the newer editions, well, the newest edition, this is straight roster, has really been a standout player. And despite how, you know, the fact we haven't seen him here in the Operations League, has put up some big numbers despite the losses that they've suffered. We've seen what happens in that situation before. There's a good chance that maybe he does get scouted in the next year or so into some higher rated teams, of course. But at the moment, we're jumping into Villa, we're jumping into the operator bands. Thatcher, again, I mean, this is one of those talking points that you and I have had, Cthulhu. Is it still a worthwhile ban now that those Impact EMPs are now in the game?
Look, yeah, I am a little bit... Well, not confused, but rather curious as to, why is Thatcher still sort of a thing, quote unquote? Whether it's because the Impact EMPs, they don't provide as much of an ease with just general sort of dealings of the entry, or rather breach denial, whether it's just they seem that just 2 Impact EMPs is just not enough. Who knows? But look, Thatcher as it is still seems to be quite a powerful entity just by itself. Nook, Azami, look, we've seen already those sort of bans. Understandable. Nook, at the moment, I think, in her one of the most powerful states, where the FMG9 with Suppressor just does not really get any sort of decrease in damage, so you could just go all out with sneaking. And Azami, I mean, we've mentioned about it as well, how powerful she is at reshaping the sheer abundance of sights. So with her out of the equation plus Mira, look, it's definitely looking to be more so just down to basics kind of deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy the difference between, you know, this season and last season, going from what was essentially an airsoft rifle to an all-out assault rifle, basically, with the FMG9 suppressor combo. Going into the first round, Pecan, no clear indications of pistol shenaniganry just yet. He's playing the Goyo. But we're still not in the action phase. So once we're in the action phase, that's when I'll call it. But right now, you're set up, so you want to be moving as fast as possible. So the pistol is the standard play. On the side of the attack, I mean, we're not seeing anything crazy. This is as you would expect. You got a bit of flank watch, the Nomad being let through, obviously. Keith picking up his quintessential Iana looking for that info game. And on the side of the defense, Jackie, we're seeing that Warden more and more often.
Yeah, look, Warden seems to be like one of those operators that, despite having the utility having the very sort of singular, or rather just for himself utility, he is still a very powerful entity. The shields, the ability to see through the sheer balance of smokes and flashbangs. I have a very odd inkling, Panda. Oh, never mind. Okay, I was just about to say, surely Reaps runs the revolt, but he doesn't really fall to the peer pressure.
No,
it would have been pretty cool to see, you know, a full stack of pistols plus, you know, add with a shotgun. That would have been quite an interesting one to witness. Reminder as well from the chat, Panda, remember to hydrate.
Yeah, remember to hydrate. That's what I was just doing. You gotta stay hydrated.
Did I interrupt you?
Yeah, you did, unfortunately. But you know what's not unfortunate? We are getting into it. We do see the Dockerbeat coming into play. Pecan not showing any signs of pistol shenanigans. Interesting, given the team that they are currently facing, though. I mean, a straight bottom of the leaderboard. I think if there was any team in the competition, this would be the one where you'd feel the most comfortable leaning into the pistol play. But I wonder if maybe, you know, he's had a bit of a tap on the shoulder, Odin has said, look, come on, mate, you've had your fun now. It's back to basics.
I mean, at this point, look, with sort of Apex South still going, maybe it's now more so a turn from, oh yeah, let's just have our fun to, let's, you know, work or use this sort of as our way to sort of clean up our play, clean up our act, and sort of go on from there. So maybe this is sort of the call, and I don't hate it at all. Look, from Direwolves, despite their cohesiveness, we've seen a few sort of meme setups, but this one, if they do intend to play this on a full serious sort of setup, by all means.
Keith claims first blood. Souffle going down. Picard in a bit of trouble, gets some shots off onto Phenom. They back himself away. Finds Keith, trades him back, and Jackie will double down for a second. In fact, the answer, well, unfortunately, it's not scot-free, and more damage coming out. Reaps trades out Jackie.
Pecan doesn't know.
Pick down, yeah. Pecan doesn't know, but it's a 2 versus 3. ED still has utility to stall things out. I would imagine they've got some Vulcan packs in right positions. But you look at it, they're straight. Aren't actually in a position where they could contest the site. They've been given free room to relocate and reposition.
Definitely. Well, so far, it's more so surprising to me, Panda, that between Bolivian and Pecan, neither of them ended up running into each other amidst all of the chaos. So I suppose call him Pecan the bullet dodger at this point for now, because he was able to dodge quite a big one for the time being. Between Hayabusa and Bolivian, though, I'm gonna be honest here, Panda. This is sort of delaying the inevitable with 15 seconds remaining.
ED hit with the lifeline. Concussion. Bolivian going to be swung on by Reaps. Unfortunately for Reaps, though, he's traded out immediately by that AK. Is such a great weapon. Hayabusa has no time. Gets swung on. And Pecan, I think I understand what the N on the back of Pika's name stands for. It stands for no shot, because no shot you're getting away with anything like that.
Basically, yeah. Look, Pecan definitely back into the general swing of things, now rocking the 1.5 times Vector. Arguably, at least in my opinion, in the right hands, one of the more deadliest weapons. Basically, sort of a slightly oversized SMG-11 with a larger magazine and now a little bit of an extra magnification optic. Does provide sort of a bit of a throwback.
Hold on, Cthulhu. I have a problem here.
You have a boomer in your call.
No, there's some traders here on the side of Astrape. Hayabusa and Bolivian both running the Direwolves player cards today. 7 members of the Direwolves in the server. Not on at all.
7-member roster. Let's go. Oh, look, I mean, nothing wrong with the showing a bit of
the Southeast Asian
support and respect. Yeah, gotta support the homies. Despite being the enemies in the lobby, it's all about.
I mean, to be fair, look, their new gun skin looks pretty clean. So
it is, yeah, it's quite.
I would definitely, if you are looking for a new 416 carbine skin, look their way.
Yeah, the 416 carbine actually hasn't really seen a whole lot of love comparative to something like even the
M870, which ED is currently running.
Yeah, the M870, the SMG-11s.
That's my question. When are we getting our first M870 Pro League skin?
Surely Direwolves or the homies at Elevate. Because Elevate actually been nailing quite a fair few of their designs.
Oh yeah, they seem to be sticking to a bit of a theme at the moment, but we can forgive them that. Reaps kicks things off. Phenomenal down. No more Nomad. That's a bit rough. Luckily, though, they've got the Lions still in play. PigG, having committed 1 EE1D scan already. They still have some potential for flank watch, but, I mean, losing a gun that early on, especially a gun that has air jab and flash grenade combo, that's a lot of utility as well gone now.
Is that a game? That is a gamer in the
bathtub.
ED is about to just absolutely rattle somebody with that M870, and for all the right reasons. Because that position barely gets checked, and this is the vibe check zone, I guess. I reckon, from ED.
Look, I'm going to be honest. Like, coming in here, okay, Bolivian's gone. You remember, like, ED and the crew first coming into, comp play. He was this lovely guy, very, very humble, very, very quiet. Used a bucket as a gaming chair. Gets signed, gets a gaming chair now. How many years later, he's hiding in a bathtub with an M870 and getting kills with it. The guy, look, it's just gone to his head. It's gone to his head.
Hey, you say it's gone to his head, but that is a respectable amount of gamer grind with the way how he's using the M870. In the right hands, it's a beast of a weapon.
Oh, it is indeed. Souffle, proving that the MP5 is much the same. Once Big G knows that there is probably one in the bathroom there, given that the wall next to him has just opened up. He's going to lurk through. Okay. does get the trade there with Hayabusa as Pecan connects with the Nitro Cell. Cthulhu. That was, Reaps just sits and stares, watching from the background.
Like, what did I just witness? Complete insanity is what it was. But look, yeah, that so far is sort of what we've been expecting here, let's be honest, with the way how sort of the general pacing is going between Direwolves and Astrape. For what it's worth, I'm liking at least what we're seeing from Direwolves is where they just making sure that they sticking to their setups, which don't per se really involve a whole lot of, big involvements of, some innovation. Partially because, well, it is OPL and not the APAC South where Direwolves definitely do need to show off their, big strategy skills, big flex plays. And instead, they are playing sort of almost a siege by the book, where they just cleaning up their act, making sure that they just not letting, small mistakes get over them. And this is sort of their way of, bettering their craft. Whereas you look at Astrape, look, yeah, an effort has been made. And I have to say that at least they're making sure that they are being, for the most of it, diligent. Yes, amidst Ed's absolute shenanigans with the M870, they don't pretty decent.
I had to sit there with the Australians at DreamHack Melbourne and correct them. It's ED, not Ed.
Okay.
Just like it's not Ninjistics, it's Ninjestics. That's how it's pronounced. It's yeah. Look, next you'll be calling him Ape too when we get to the game in Gladiators game.
Look, Ian unfortunately did that mistake as well, so that was a bit of a Monka-esque as well moment.
Honestly, I can't believe it took Mandy messaging him and asking just to be sure for the entire community, who's been casting him as Ape for a year now, to get it right.
Justice for ED.
So
truly.
Well, it may not be a case of ED really needing justice at the moment. He's got us one. He has yet to die here in the third round. The rest of the team are playing pretty well. I mean, your Pecan 3-0 as well. Yet to die. They're straight doing what they can to scout out these defensive players. Reap says, all right, okay. They see the window's gone. And, well, poor Keith. Poor Keith. In fact, poor Keith to the point where Souffle was also hunting for that kill.
So poor Souffle at this point. Given that the kill was stolen from him by Reaps.
Oh, no. Reaps was like, yeah, no, I'm going full send. And Souffle was like, hold on, I could get a free kill here, but was too late on the trigger. Jackie, though, blames one for himself for the scan to come out. Still holding this position. I mean, again, I don't think we're seeing an incredibly deep Direwolves today. They know full well that they can take Astrape quite comfortably. I think they're just going to play more mechanically rather than strategically. And as rough as it is to say, I think this is that skill gap showing. We've known Direwolves are a top caliber team for the longest time now, and unfortunately, Astrape have to learn that lesson.
Yeah, I think for Astrape, this is also sort of a good learning point here as well, because with Direwolves sort of playing almost by the books for the most of it, with a few adjustments more so just from themselves rather than in full on just dipping into the strat book. This is sort of a main learning point here for Astrape, is that the ever evolving sort of change in the setups. You have to be making sure that you're checking majority of those corners, but you also need to manage your own timeline as well. Swing like this does still somehow come the way of Bolivian rather than Souffle, although leaving Twitch in barely any HP. But yeah, as it stands, Pecan with these sort of swings, yeah, he does not let it happen.
Pecan and ED still deathless at the close of the third round, and I mean, with the changes to gunplay, I think Twitch is that much scarier. Of course, we have yet to see it. I think, fully utilized on land. The F2 is just an absolute laser beam on land. With the new changes, I think that gets exponentially worse. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays in the future. Hey, Cthulhu, we get a bit of a red duo coming on the defense. Souffle going to deny that, but we still will get the Chunker. Yeah,
the Chunker pick actually is quite nice right now, because they sort of maybe toying around with the idea of using Chunker as sort of a replacement for smokes, given what the Shumicha launcher is kind of actually scary. Plus the DP27, is it DP27? DP26, pretty sure it's actually.
It's DP27, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, I'll check.
Yeah, no, I'm already checking. You just keep on talking. No, it is so it's either DP27 or 28, but the 28 is just a slight different whatever, potato, patata, DP27. But DP27 is a phenomenal gun, not only because, well, 50-round plate mag, plus the ability to literally reshuffle the whole site, really, in terms of just opening up the sightlines.
Yeah, we got to see a lot of it on Consulate before, obviously, it was removed from the map pool. It was really interesting to see how teams, sort of edited that basement site. It just allowed for so much more fluidity, whereas a shotgun was a little bit more time-consuming. So teams, you got a good Tachanka player on Consulate basement, and they were editing the site within 15 seconds, and they were good to go.
So Tachanka won't actually be utilized for those offsite presences, so it's more so just to reshape sort of within the site positions. Jackie will instead to hold on to the position with the SMG-11, full confidence in his ability, and for all the right reasons, because Souffle managed to get the bait and switch sort of play with the Frost Trap as well, so he's all good, he's all happy. Plus now there's the Magnet as well, so Jackie will, even if there's an attempt to frag him out with the frag grenade, that's basically not going to happen, at least in the near future.
They've got the MP impact down the hands of Big G. One's already committed. We heard that one go off not too long ago, but there's a secondary one there. Pecan finally going down here on Villa, courtesy of Phenomenal with the G36. And you can see Dire Wolves repositioning just a little bit to get a bit of defensive position around the site itself. Going to play it slow, knowing full well that they've taken one of those key operators off the board. And ED there, Big G takes down Reaps, getting a little bit too keen. And that is big. You've got utility denial and a lot of your stall play removed. No nitro cell there for Pecan anymore. It's in the hands of Jackie Wu. And ED with the Shamika launcher is going to have to do some big works in terms of the denial. He's going to have to hold off multiple members here.
Yeah. For the most of it, though, dedicating the Shamika launcher towards the stairs rather than the actual entry into the study. It is surprising that, Reaps ended up falling amidst all his positioning around the study room, but this is quite cool to see that Phenomenal and the rest of the team is starting to actually pull up some numbers. There is a swing that is coming around. Pig G just basically catches Jackie Wu on that swing, which wasn't particularly too promising. Pig G nearly dies to the flames as well on top of it all, and it's all down to Souffle. Frost SMG looking to pop off. No, that's a big indicator. You might want to move away.
Actually uses the sound cover to clear out the wall with the shotgun secondary, but no. Swings back out into Keith Spray, who just sits there and holds down Mouse 1. A straight on the board. And so far, look, if nothing else, they take a round away, which is more than, Variant X could say currently. They might have a win under the belt, but they lost a game in Gladiator 7-0, so they haven't been trounced yet.
Yeah, look, at least the first round does ensure that no flawless should we get to that sort of position. All things considered, this could be a start to sort of a Strape's upward spiral. With the way how they've been swinging with the G36s, this has been really great time. Meanwhile, I think my VMix is just about to just die.
Unlucky. Unfortunately, there's only so much you can do, but we head into the fifth round. We're going to split, of course. Back to ED with the M870, but we do see a bit of a change-up. Pecan bringing the castle this time around. Finally, every single member of the Direwolves has met their demise at the hands of a Strape. One round, which was, the same result that was picked up by Obsession in Playday 3, of course, on this same map, which, look, that's going to be a little bit concerning.
Yeah. Well, suppose we'll have to wait and see if any of those setups will actually work. Trying to just sort of get a grasp of what strat is now going to be used again by Direwolves, but it seems like it's all sort of relatively down to basics. Jackie Wu on the roam, ED once again to possibly hide himself in the bathroom or just around the bathroom, and instead it's actually Pecan playing in a walk-in closet. So I want to say it's quite a heavy sort of setup towards the the master bedroom and the walk-in closet, but with sort of players all over the map, can't really confidently call it. There is going to be some presence around the AVG, so that is at least, a good sort of ground to really work around. And for Jackie Wood, this should serve as a really good sort of fallback buffer. But even then, I mean, there's already quite some presence on the ground floor, isn't it?
I mean, it's crazy. Looking at the current state of the game, I mean, Cthulhu, you look back 12 months, you wouldn't see an Ashe running an R4C, and you'd barely see a Twitch, and Bolivian's going to bag 2 before he goes down, speaking of. All of a sudden, a straight might actually have a foothold in the half here. Especially given that you look at it, this is a very easy site to contest, given the utility that they have. They've got full 5 guns in place, so they can just play for the trades. Bolivian can be the first one to send, and they can play it off the numbers, especially given you're facing into an M870 and a UMP. This could be free farm territory for a straight.
Absolutely. So, Direwolves are in a little bit of a, well, as you can say, the dire situation, really, within the positioning and within the terms of just how things been really going for them in the past round and a half. But look, they're looking to make a few swings. The MP5 is still a very deadly weapon, but yeah, definitely some unconventional warfare might really start coming around as he actually whips out the suppressed CZ75, and in comes the actual extra aggression. Actually, the double frag as well on top of it all. Yeah, look, whatever extra positioning there was from a Straper, that it got lost out relatively quickly. I say that though, a very quick swing with the MK14 EBI as well.
It's still doable though. Oh, especially when Hayabushi crosses the site like that. It's down to Pecan. Got the worst gun to do it, but he brings it to the 1 versus 1. Health is not there, but he hits the head. And Keith will fall. And a colossal fumbling of the bag there from a straight who had the 5 versus 3 into the 3 versus 1 Cthulhu. And that is a massively missed opportunity.
That's why we have a hashtag call your shots for our giveaway as well, because that was, well, it definitely felt like Pecan just called his shots and just kind of just got those wins.
My question is, Hayabushi,
jeez,
why was the call made for the full send through the site? Because that ultimately cost them the round because the diffuser was out in the open.
Look, I'm not too sure as to why was that the call, because, well, the only assumption, at least for me, is, well, they may have just not realized that the castle very quickly rotated through towards the master bedroom door, kind of held the angle from there. But you are absolutely correct. Just getting the plan at least just by the door would have been a whole lot more sensible sort of decision, and the ability to hold a crossfire would have been much, much nicer. But look, it is what it is. 4-1 is currently the scoreline. We're just about to see ourselves the final round of the first half, and at this point, look, if a Strape do manage to pull this, a 4-2 scoreline, if they manage to pull off one more point for themselves, I reckon they could actually do it. They could actually, take it to Direwolves, because we've seen how well they were able to conduct themselves on the defense. It's just more so the offense is just a complete sort of kerfuffle of just everything and everywhere.
I mean, I think it definitely seems to be the case of that's just how Villa seems to go at the minute. I mean, you look at it, Villa, where are we? 53% defender-sided win rate from 28 rounds. So, and it's not a crazy defender-sided map, but you can understand why teams find success on the defense more often than not.
Just see ourselves some spicy roams to come around from ED, this time with the K1A. It's actually just only now hit me. Panda, why don't we have a skin for Damwon Kia for a gun that is named K1A?
Because that would be logical.
Surely.
Unfortunately, we don't see as much K1A as I think would warrant picking up the skin there for Damwon Kia. Speaking of picking up, Direwolves picking up some big kills so far. Keith and Phenom off the board. Fifth tagged up just a little bit, but he can back off, and Jackie still has a pretty comfortable hold at Bricks at the moment.
Indeed it is. Oh, Ed, or rather ED, pardon me, swings like it's just Infinity Stones were on the bed, and was able to win it out very, very almost effortlessly. Hayabushi being the only one, the lone survivor. Yeah, look, I guess this sort of run out. Yeah, good luck winning out any of that. And well, 5-1 scoreline does certainly wrap it all up rather cleanly with a bow tie. You look at Hayabushi's face, and it says it all. It's just kind of like looking at it as like, well, heck.
Yeah, I mean, look, in all honesty, you're coming into a matchup against a team that has major experience. They've been amongst the top in the region for a while now. It was always going to be a rough road, and it doesn't help that Pecan also is currently 9-1-1. He's I think honestly it seems appropriate that he's spotting that scoreline at the moment, because I think Strape might need an ambulance.
Yeah, poor Strape just really not having particularly a fun time, just sort of looking at, you know, the whole situation, sort of what's just almost asking themselves sort of what's wrong, why is everything burning, what's burning, oh, the roof is burning, what the hell.
Yeah, it's all coming down around us, unfortunately. But we head over to the defense for a Strape. We do see a bit of a difference in terms of the roster. So you see the Kai brought immediately. You see the Thorn there and the Mozzie for Keep. I mean, we did see Keep bring out a bit of Mozzie in the past, and he was quite sharp on it.
Yeah, look, like, in general, the whole lineup of DW have been quite sharp as well. Minus maybe ED's sort of general run. I mean, you look at the scoreline, 3-2, not particularly the most shiniest one.
At least positive.
At least, yeah, true. Yeah, not wrong on that one. Not wrong on that one. Whereas
you take it where you can.
You look at somebody like Hayabushi. the only sort of response to that one will be just, oh.
I mean, Keith is spotting the same KD as him and Phenom.
Yeah.
Tanking some damage there from, I would imagine, Jackie Wu with the DMR. Vicious.
I read this.
Needle reach the first to go down, courtesy of Bolivian ED. Going to commit the full send right now. Oh, he's dead.
Oy.
They connect. 3 big kills to get the round off. Almost a fourth there from Phenom. He's in a bit of trouble, but he does take Pecan down. Cthulhu. Unfortunately, the full court press, the bums rush, as it were, not going to work out as well as Direwolves would like.
There we go. Yeah, look, I've called this before. Sort of, if we would see, you know, a straight pop off, it will be on the defense.
Mood has changed so quickly. He might have emotional whiplash.
Yeah, that one 0 to 100 real quick. But look, it's a good thing to see though that Strape are able to fight back, especially in the defense. They certainly have been showing plenty amount of potential, to plenty amount of cohesion and sort of team play. As you look at the ED's reaction on the play, guys, just guys, how did this not work out? It's just where did we go wrong? And the immediate answer is Reaps. Oh yeah, yep, all good. Whilst just browsing the phone, I was like, oh yep, we lost the round. Oh, ain't that a shame?
I think it had more to do with the fact that this Strape just got aggressive. They were up in the faces of Direwolves.
Absolutely.
More, I think, than it was an actual full send at a Direwolves. It was just that a Strape met them as they came in the door.
Mm-hmm. Very much so, yeah.
Take your shoes off, boys, before you come inside.
Very much a very warm welcome from a Strape in terms of just how they handled themselves, how they handled the entry. And I think that this is sort of the ideal sort of almost the win condition here for the defense of Strape, is just make sure that you just completely disallow Direwolves to make any sort of confident entry into the building. Take them right at the beginning, because the moment Direwolves even have a meter of foothold inside the building, this is where things will start very much de-escalating and sort of going towards Direwolves' sort of favor. So going into this one now with the EU1D actually being utilized for the entry, we could see a whole lot more juicier sort of approach, juicier setup, and maybe a bit more of a momentum-based swing to come around. A lot of information gathering as well coming through.
Yeah, they want to lock down some of these off-site presences. Keith, that's a dangerous game you're playing there, champ, but he does get away with it in the end. Barricading off Aviator, backs himself off. That's an interesting call, given the amount of information they'll miss out on. With Bolivia being the first to fall in the round, that is truly dangerous. I mean, you got no smoke, no denial there, other than the Nitro Cell in the hands of Big G. And he's across the gap, obviously in Trophy. So he's not going to be able to play that one from below.
I mean, theoretically could try to run through, Astra and try to, get a C4 from down below. But yeah, it is ultimately quite a tall order, given that there is also a presence down below on the ground floor. So Astro Stairs will not be the way to play, but it is, pardon me, it is Hayabusa actually playing around the ground floor, waiting for those flanks. Instead, well, Reeves just says we don't even need those ground floor flanks. We're just gonna send.
Oh, that shield being cleared out means that Phenom's in a horrendous spot. Resets the Saria gate though, so at least they do have that going for them. No more smoke coverage, so he can't utilize the goggles. Reeps on for a third. Can't find a fourth, unfortunately, as he will go down. No smoke to cover, so Hayabushi's position needs to be big, but goes down to Souffle. The fadeaway headshot connects, and Phenom just trying to crouch walk his way in. Finds one, but Jackie Wu just around the corner, covering the door to bricks. And Hayabusa, yeah, understandably a bit frustrated there, as Direwolves will move on to map point. But in this situation, again, if the Direwolves, honestly, you just hope that you can take rounds away from them. They've already done that.
Yeah, for the most of it, you sort of almost expect, you know, Direwolves to still win out, as long as you can still take out some rounds away from Direwolves. I think this is sort of the, well, not the ideal situation, but it's just it's a plus. It's a win in one shape or the other. Sort of being able to continuously keep on pressuring, keep on not allowing either one of the rosters to get into that sort of comfort zone. And I think this has been so far actually shown pretty well, all things considered, at least by a Strape. Yes, the scoreline doesn't particularly speak loud. I mean, 6-2, definitely not the most, contested sort of scoreline, but all things considered, Strape still managed to show a few glimpses of some rather bright future. It's just more so now starting to talk about consistency. Because it's no longer anymore about them, learning from the very basics. It's more so now learning how to keep up this sort of consistency. Because for the most of it, I mean, you looked at the execution of Direwolves, it was for the most of it relatively all standardized. They basically done nearly the same thing as they done the round right prior to that, the one that they've lost. The only difference being is that they were contested right at the very entry, which, well, a Strape in the second attempt didn't really get to do it.
In fact, they fully backed off. You saw Keith reinforcing Aviator before he backed off towards the site itself, so they weren't really in a position to get as aggressive. And yeah, I think you're right. It's a very vanilla Direwolves that we're seeing today. Like I said, no real investment into the strat, but they're just relying on their mechanical skill and going from there. Which, I mean, is understandable against a team that is currently sitting in 8th place. You don't want to be revealing too much on stream, giving VOD work to your opponent.
Very much so, yeah. This is sort of one of those situations where you're just making sure that you just sort of, if you Direwolves, you're nailing the general play, you're nailing your picks, and that's it. The rest should be a relatively sort of straightforward play, straightforward run. EMP grenades coming around this time. Unfortunately, actually, pardon me, no, they did nail one of the artillery claws. So at least the breach is all coming around. So Direwolves now have a very, very full-on entry point.
Some real comfort here. In fact, they got long angles to cover. Reeps taking the second life in the round. Believing falls Phenom on the ground. That Valkyrie we haven't really seen too much of, in all honesty. I was rather surprised, given that you expect on a map like Villa should be a go-to, but look at that. Got to the tail end, largely irrelevant. Keith might just get the consolation prize, and will at that. Jumps himself back in the bike through Memorial, and realistically, this is likely going to be the end of the map. Yeah, Reeps hunts him down, shuts him down, and Direwolves walk away with a rather clean win, despite the best efforts of a Strape.
Yeah, look, all things considered, this was a relatively expected sort of result of all things considered.
I mean, you even look at it. Thanks for match and
thanks for match, yeah. There's still respect from both sides. So it's good to see that there's still, at least to a certain degree, some friendly sort of play to come around, some respect, and yeah, GG, well played.
Direwolves temporarily in first place. It comes down to how well Fury can play, obviously, later tonight, but if nothing else, they keep that race for first place rolling.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The race still keeps on going, yeah, despite, how dominant Fury currently are looking. I think there's still plenty of that wiggle room for that sort of trip up. I mean, we're looking even at the sheer amount of play there's still to go. Panda, look, there's quite a fair few. We still have just about almost hitting half a season. Well, not even hitting half a season yet. Pardon me. So the next weekend, 9 more to go. So there's still quite a fair few playdays to run through, and quite a fair few opportunities for Fury to be dethroned out of that sort of race for the first place. So whereas, I mean, you look at Direwolves, slow and steady. They are in that top 2 so far. It's pretty good. It still ensures them a rather comfortable spot in the playoffs. But I think, ideally they would want that sort of first place, because whoever does end up claiming that 4th place, I mean, currently it's Gaming Gladiators, but Gaming Gladiators right now have been at a very shaky position. So between, say, themselves and Champion, well, both of the rosters kind of could be farmed up by both Direwolves or Fury, but obviously whoever gets to verse Elevate, if Elevate ends up staying at the 3rd place, that wouldn't be the most ideal sort of position to kick off the playoffs.
I mean, honestly, they did one round better than Obsession did in Playday 3.
True.
So I suppose if you're a straight, you take those victories and successes where you can. And it was an overtime loss against Obsession. So it just goes to show that in a best of 1 format, it can be rather brutal. Make sure you got those hashtag call your shots in chat. We'll be rolling a couple of those winners after that match, of course. We'll be rolling them after each of our matches. But look, Direwolves, I think it's a case of business as usual. Going into our second match, this is where we will decide whether or not Direwolves can hold on to that position, because it is only tenuous. In fact, they're only up by 2 points. So, honestly, I think as much as I want to see VarianX show up, the fact that they've been 7-0 by Gaming Gladiator, 7-4 by the Direwolves, and 7-5 by Elevate, I as much as I want to see them succeed, I just don't rate their chances that greatly against Fury, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, I'll definitely have to say that, at least for Direwolves, the fact that they were able to at least clean up their sort of general act definitely still states quite a fair few good things. But, yeah, look, still gotta say, it was still an enjoyable and entertaining match, because we've got to see still a few good sort of executions, if not that, then quite a fair few frags as well to come around from both sides. But unfortunately, for tonight, the run for Estreep does sort of end in a very sort of unfortunate only 2-round loss, really. And from there on, look, we get to cast our sight towards the fresh blood, the fresh meat, I guess you could call it to a certain degree, VarianX now to try to take on Fury, with Fury coming off quite a substantial win over Elevate from APAC South. There's definitely going to be quite a bit of a nerve, I reckon, coming into this match.
Yeah, I think Fury are going to be firing on all cylinders coming to this matchup. But when we come back after the break, we'll be jumping on into it. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna take what I did and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
All in can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Popping back in after the break, we've just witnessed Direwolves take down a straight Cthulhu. We turn our attention to match 2, of course. Fury looking to reclaim that first spot, which is currently, you know, the Direwolves currently keeping the seat warm for them at the moment on the throne. They will be taking on Variant X, of course. So, I mean, realistically, if the script is to be followed, this should be a Fury win. But, I mean, Variant X, they've taken a few rounds away from some very capable teams in our competition. Unfortunately, not Game and Gladiators. They couldn't quite do that, but they did take down a Strape, so they've got a win on the board. They go full regulation against Elevate and nearly full regulation against Direwolves. So, I mean, you'd imagine with the scope of matches that we've seen, they should reasonably pick up some, minimum 3 rounds, you'd imagine?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, 4 rounds is going to be sort of the expectation here from Variant X, given that, yeah, look, I'd say out of all the teams so far in the sort of the top part of the leaderboard, Fury do seem to be like the biggest sort of, I guess, the final boss amidst all of the current situations between some of the top-heavy teams. But, yeah, look, all things considered, I think for Fury, they are looking to, once again, just sort of make this matchup as more so of a sort of a show of power. Let's call it that. Where I think they would be more than happy to sort of go to whatever sort of map Variant X wants to take them to, and then just sort of show, okay, you want to go on this map? Okay, allow us to demonstrate you sort of our strength on this map. Oh, you want to go to the other map? Yeah, sure, we'll even play that sort of deal. But out of all this sort of, I guess you can call them the newcomers, between Variant X, between a Strape champion, to a certain degree, you can almost even call Obsession the newcomers, at least within the in terms of just the global OPL within the whole of Southeast Asia region. They are one of the more promising ones. They're the ones that sort of managed to catch quite a number of teams off guard. And whilst, yes, as you outlined, the frags, or rather the dubs, not as existent as they preferred to, but yeah, quite a lot of big accolades against some of the rather dominant teams.
And also, I mean, Variant X also a quite expensive roster. They got 7 players on the team, so taking to the server today. It's Peter, Daryl, Killers, Strike, and Zest. It looks like Hellboy and I believe Malik going to be the ones on the sideline today. And look, like I said, they've had an array of results. They've had a couple of interesting matches where they could have pushed it a little bit further. But their opponents, you look at them across the board. This is a team that is made up of, look, Q Confirm were a rough roster coming into Stage 1. They then pick up BG Man and I9, and everything started to turn around. And all of a sudden, they're in a great spot here in the Ops League. They're looking reasonably good in Apex South as well at the moment. They are, at the minute, top of the table in both leagues. So Fury, if they carry on this trajectory, they could find themselves going to the major, the next one anyway. And
absolutely,
as for our Battlefield, we're going to back to basics. So I think honestly, best case scenario for a team like Varied X, keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate things with any of the newer maps. Take it back to Oregon, where most teams should be highly experienced, and try and play your game against Fury.
The other thing as well, it's worth mentioning for Fury as well, they're one of the few teams that you look at their stats throughout the whole season so far. Their KDs, or rather more so just the kill amounts, vary for between 2 to 3 frags each, sort of the difference, plus minus, which is almost sort of unheard of for a number of teams. Usually you have those sort of 2, maybe even maximum 3 players that are like, the big, sturdy standouts. The ones that, no matter what, will frag out like absolute crazy. And the rest of the team sort of kind of chugs along behind them in terms of the stats. But not Fury. For Fury, they're each one of them is able to, stand out. Each one of them has the ability to absolutely go crazy, whilst also providing good cohesion in terms of the teamwork, in terms of just how they organize themselves, how they set themselves up for the util. And so, pardon me, slightly dry throat, but yeah, for Fury, they have been really, really clinical. And I think it's been a long time coming, especially for this specific roster. Even prior to them being picked up by the org, this is the prime time for them to actually, stand out and, like you said, go to the major. So, yeah, look, definitely, I would imagine both teams would prefer to keep it simple. But the one difference that I have been noticing is that no matter whether it's OPL, whether it's Apex South, Fury are always approaching each one of the matchups with full seriousness. There's no shenanigans, say like the shenanigans that Pecan been pulling off from Direwolves, or ED bringing out the shotguns on some rather more unconventional operators. No. Look, it's still all professional courtesy. It's still fun and games, and that's what games are really made for. But it's
just arguing the M87 is kind of. It's sort of a coin toss meta with Dawn at the moment as to which gun you bring. So I wouldn't say it was outright a troll, but sitting in the bathtub, yes, definitely I think leads into that.
Context.
Yeah. It's not a troll by itself, but when you're hiding in the bathtub, yes, I think you could lead into that vein. But at the moment, we got no troll bans coming through. Thatcher, Jackal, and Kaid. I would imagine more than likely this will be a mirror rather than, say, the
Zami, maybe,
or the I think I would still argue the mirror is probably a little bit stronger than the Azami on Oregon currently. But no, it's going to be the Valkyrie instead.
Valkyrie, yeah. Both of us getting clowned on in the predictions, but
to be fair, it was sort of a bit of a gamble between the three of them.
Yeah, true. Interestingly enough, though, to me, that the bans for Variant X almost mirror, the average sort of almost ranked experience in terms of the bans. Because, banning out the Cade, that's basically a no-brainer because of just how powerful Cade can be in hiding those electric claws. And then the Jackal, it feels like it's more so towards, just keeping Variant X's sort of sanity in its own entirety, not getting continuously pinged and saying, oh, you're being tracked. Instead of that, look, if there is sort of any sort of wrongly utility, it's either the E1D or the phone calls, and those are a little bit easier to deal with. Let's call it that.
Yeah, most definitely. I think there is again more on the shoulders, I think, of Fury than there is, say, on Variant X, because obviously it's a situation where Fury lose, they miss out on that first place going into the next play day. Whereas Variant X, they pick up a win. That's awesome. They just took a win away from an Apex South team.
Exactly. Yes, Varian could very much even start playing a little bit of a, to a certain degree, Kingmaker. Right, okay. Well, I9 is starting off strong with his setup, introducing the 2-time scope on the Boss G, which makes it even more look like a sort of duck hunting gun.
Duck hunt, maybe. I suppose.
Surely.
Whether or not he connects with it is a different matter. I'll be honest, I have worked with shotguns in the past, Cthulhu. I don't know how many duck hunters would use slug rounds, because it does kind of defeat the purpose just a little bit. But you look at the other side of the coin, Strike is currently running the Blitz as well. He's gone down. Never mind, it's completely irrelevant.
What happened? How? Wait. Oh no, he fell. Wait, he fell to the Kapkan trap. Oh no. The absolute nemesis to those sort of rush plays. I mean, perfectly here. Perfectly set up. Peter as well gets felled, this time with the courtesy of the Boss G of I9, which is rather even more of an unfortunate sort of fate. As now Varian X kind of split onto where do they push, because this means now that there's a very wide sort of area of influence by Fury being set up.
Oh dear. Unfortunate loss of 2 there for Variant X, but they have yet to, I think, meet the full fury of I9 and his ACOG Boss G just yet. Whether or not he actually gets to put it to use is a different matter, given how quickly the members of Variant X are currently falling. You can see they're trying to scout their way into the building, not quite as keen to do so just yet. This look, again, Fury are a pretty imposing force of nature.
I know, and it's probably one of the few players that would be able to just absolutely get away with this sort of robbery with this sort of player. I mean, even just like that, he swings. A triple for him is just like nothing. It just generates out of mere nowhere, leaving all down to killers. But even that is being just completely stripped of the poor man as Hajime swings. By the way, Mana, I believe, is actually using not a single... Is that? Yeah, oh, sorry, pardon me. I was about to say no grip at all, but no, it's just an angle grip.
It's still... I'm going to be honest, it still blows my mind that you can run the angled grip on an SMG-11.
It is a wild concept, isn't it?
It just feels wrong. It feels kind of feral. I'm sorry. Like, yes, I understand the principles behind it, but it makes me want to take a shower.
Makes the old meta though, remembering the yield. ACOG SMG-11 plus the extended barrel plus the angled grip. Now I think of nightmare.
Those. I choose not to.
Have you even played during that time actually?
No, I didn't. But I got to play the event where they got most of those fun things back.
I still have PTSD from that.
You're still here. You're just a sucker for punishment, apparently.
Yeah, but exactly. Yeah. Look, at this point, it's just whatever punishment there is.
Led me to this point.
Siege is a one heavy drug.
Speaking of drugs, Bandit in play. We are going to be. It's not something that we see all too often on a map like Oregon, especially on. I suppose this is one of the few sites where you would see it played. But with how effective it'll be, Dark's like, hold on, have we got something else to do here? Someone open up this rotate, which only Lycolis can do.
Here he is. Lycolis just kind of just.
Come on, guys! Like,
gets to chill a little bit.
What's going on?
It doesn't seem like it really phases because Hajime is already seeming to be able to strike Fury into strike. And in comes another swing. Fury are just like that. They sort of, oh yep, there's an enemy there. I'm gonna go and claim their life. Finally, Zist is able to finally fight back against Dark and his menace. But BG Man in he comes. In he comes, ready to rumble. I9 already claimed yet another one. Down goes Ying. Down goes Glass. Down goes the whole round as it stands. As Fury claimed yet another one, just like that.
My favorite thing about Glass is how he's so good in close quarters combat. Oh wait,
oh no,
not that great. I can understand what Varian X are trying to do. Unfortunately, Fury aren't really a team that you can innovate too comfortably with, I suppose would be the best way to describe it. In that it has to be something that you know works well, not something that you can necessarily do on the fly, which it definitely felt like that was the plan there. Sort of just see if it works, throw it and see if it sticks, as it were. But, I mean, I don't even know if they got that rotate set up in the end, but Fury was still able to walk away with the victory.
Shows that it's, I suppose, quite a fair bit of, you know, a skill gap in there between the two teams. As much as we sort of want to see Varian X to thrive, as much as we want to see sort of quote-unquote sing the song of the underdogs. But yeah, look, it's a difficult times for them, at least to kick it off, especially on the attack. On a map like Oregon, which favors just teeny tiny bit more towards the defenders with the way how many sort of intricate angles could be set up. The other issue is that, well, for Varian X, sort of they were met with a similar way how, you know, Strape won one of the first of their few rounds on the defense sort of met Direwolf, where just the whole just general entry into the building has been completely prevented. They stacked up on that one sort of position, peaked one by one, and then proceeded to get wiped, for the lack of a better word. The funny thing is, as well, I mean, you look at the Twitch chat prediction as well. Between Varian X and Fury, we are looking at 97-3 in favor of Fury.
Look, you got to respect the three. They have faith in the gang, but unfortunately that faith is likely misplaced in this situation. At the moment, though, Fury 2-0, only a single player having died, being Dark, unfortunately. BG Man hasn't even... Actually, BG Man and Lycolis have yet to get involved in a gunfight, and then Hajime and I9 are both 4-0, respectively, for an 8-0 scoreline for the team.
Looking good. That's a shiny scoreline to really work around. Now, I believe Hajime is actually looking to do some mild tomfoolery around the garage door, in though... goes Varian X, at least one of the players, at the very bottom floor, looking to cause and stir some ruckus around that area. I'm actually quite curious about to see how will that really work out, because whilst the idea is sane, Varian X, they're all split up rather thin, so there is an opportunity for exactly this to happen. For each one of the Varian X players to get picked one by one.
Yeah. Daryl down. Dark's going to try his luck. Hasn't learned his lesson from the last one. I9 in a lot of trouble. Has support from Hajime. BG Man there as well. They've got the utility to try and do it. But the logic bombs... Ooh, okay, I thought we'd lost something there. But BG Man, big damage out onto Peter. Does sacrifice a large chunk of health going for the re-swing. Luckily, though, he's successful in finding that frag. Zest drops Lycolis. That flawless run from him now over as well. Unfortunately, didn't find a kill either. I9 onto the feet. There we go. Actually, no, just a missed opportunity onto Killers.
Or Dark.
Will be mopped up. Dark for a triple now. That's diffuser control. Strike over towards tower stairs. Only so much you can do.
I'm sorry, man. This was borderline almost comical. I mean, you look at that, you know, sturdy, and I mean sturdy with a capital S entry by Varian X players. I mean, well, guys, we're going on to the side. We're going on to the B side. Oh no, we're all getting wiped. Camera pans over to Strike. He's just holding angle. Just, oh no, what have I done? Oh yeah.
Come on, Strike. You can do it. Anticipating a flank. Claymore's already out. Just free fires galore. And he runs into the meat grinder. Unfortunately, I9 will be the one to claim it. There you go. Yeah. I don't know if he was on single fire or what at the end there, but either way, Fury, 3 rounds.
3-0 so far. I mean, majority of those rounds have been relatively lopsided. I'll have to admit, because the way how things been sort of held on by Varian X. Yes, the initial entries were great and all fun and everything, but from there on out, it's all kind of just falling. Timeout requested by Varian X, but I think a little bit at the last moment, so that will only come through, I believe, only at the start of the next round. But it's not the worst sort of situation, not the worst timing for it. Because even at a 4-0, you can call the timeout, you could still try to push for that 4-2 scoreline and then go into the defense and still be able to rather confidently still turn over at least a couple of rounds in your favor. For Varian X, look, it's not over just yet, but in sort of in the general pacing of it all, you sort of start questioning as to, well, why is the roof burning?
Like, they just need the one round. Again, like, bare minimum. Actually, ideally here on Oregon, you probably want the 4-2 would be the worst case scenario for Varinex on the attack. Then you head over to the defense, you quite comfortably move into the defense with a scoreline of that, but 5-1, 6-0, that's where things get a bit rough.
Yeah, this could be a rather difficult time if sort of the scoreline does get to sort of the 5-0 position where Varinex would be definitely on a bit of a struggle street. I mean, looking back at the scoreline, yeah, it was against GG where Varinex couldn't even find a singular round for themselves, and it was on Border. So let's be real, Border is not one of the most sort of played maps as of now.
It's not a forgiving map.
Yeah, it is far from being a very forgiving map, so understandable that that sort of scoreline happened. But if sort of Varinex are unable to pick up a round on Oregon, now that's where quite a bit of concern could really come around, because then you sort of start questioning, well, okay, where is their sort of their run? Yes, Clubhouse is good, Clubhouse is solid. Bank, oddly enough, worked out for them, but that was more so felt like it was Elevate still throwing quite a few rounds. Skyscraper actually worked out pretty well. So almost you kind of looking at Varinex and you want them to go on those off-meta maps, really.
I mean, they were the ones that banned them out. They banned Theme and Skyscraper. So, I mean, obviously they've done enough homework to know that they are strong maps for Fury. Whatever the case may be.
Every map is a strong map for Fury.
Yeah, I think Fury's just strong in general. I don't necessarily know if it has much to do with the map. The map pool at the moment is quite impressive. But again, Fury, happy to slow things down. In fact, incredibly comfortable for them. Varinex are the ones that are going to have to force the issue, and they're trying as best they can, but you just feel the hesitation.
Yeah, definitely the hesitation is certainly there, you know, them sort of trying to prod around and like, oh, maybe we could go here. One of the players gets shot down and like, oh, maybe not. What about here? And even that really doesn't work out. This, look, an attempt was made to try to get, you know, a multiple opening sort of position with that Reterra drone, but unfortunately none of it really came to fruition. There's still a pretty good, at least gotta give it to Varinex, they are doing their due diligence on the droning, where they're relaying a good bulk of information, and the drop down could actually happen here from Daryl, but those flashbangs would have scared off quite a number of players off, and exactly that, well, the drop will be rather deadly, and exactly that happens. Hajime gets a double plus a dark frag, plus a dark double. Can it be a triple though for dark? Surely. This one comes around, Strike does nail a frag onto I9, but dark actually for
I9 just sticks his head up wanting to get involved, and then unfortunately has it taken off. Another very big round. Well, I say big round. A very stock standard round, I think, more than anything for Fury. They just lock it out, and the time it would be caught. Look at the numbers across the board, though. 3 deaths collectively and 4 rounds played for Fury.
Yeah, look. This is, I think, the ground where Varinex are starting to get a little bit, you know, concerned. Where 4-0, they didn't really get a whole lot of things really going for themselves, fell apart yet again on each and every push. At least it's good to see that, you know, there's some talk being done. Interestingly enough, it is more so conducted by Peter. Maybe there's also a coach sort of behind the scenes as well, giving a bit of a pep talk. Because signs of frustration and rather thorough ones are being sort of witnessed here within at least the player cams of Varinex. Looking rather, well, yeah, frustrated, annoyed, maybe tired at some point, because definitely I was sort of expecting a bit more of a just, you know, bit of a fight back, bit of just even just the ability to have, you know, a coherent entry into the building where they're able to set themselves up for the plant and at least get an opportunity to get a plant. But these past 4 rounds, Panda, none of that was really presented at all by Fury.
Yeah, look. I think, again, we're falling into the lines of this is kind of what we expected. Nothing crazy in terms of... I think Lycolis not fighting a frag is kind of unexpected, but the fact that Hajime is 5-0, There's just wins across the board. Everything so far is coming up big.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah. Look, it's
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
it's one of those positions where Fury sort of looking at this like, yeah, Varian they can, you know, they have the ability to be that sort of the up and coming team, the big one. But really, in all honesty, Fury just don't want to give any more ground as it is. And the funniest part is the way how Fury right now playing against Varian X oddly reminds the early stages of Elevate when they went to their first sort of big international event. So if people ask, well, what's your training routine as a team? Oh, we just play ranked. This
to be fair,
what reminds me of this.
ranked in Southeast Asia is a pretty good warm up. Honestly, it keeps you on your toes. So far, though, I mean, round 5, much the same. Very slow approach from Varian X. First minute gone, and I don't even think they've got someone in the building just yet, which is going to be a bit rough, especially in attacking the dorm site. There we go, secondary hard breach on one. I9 looking to get aggressive. He's going to pull sand. He was not far off connecting with Peter there.
Eesh. Nearly, yeah. Nearly managed to line up. Oh, Hajime got the flank of a sentry. Hello. That's a frag. Freelo. Plus, I mean, the suppressed finesse as well coming around. The MK14 EDR with the suppressor does sound rather beautiful. That is a tight angle as well to come around from Lycolas, which will be providing even more sort of pushback against Varian X. And
that's a hit.
Surprisingly enough, actually, Daryl nails a really, really... Well, I say surprisingly enough, but against the way how Lycolas was holding it, it does feel like a little bit of a surprise.
To be fair, I9 and Lycolas are just full centered in this round, overcommitted to gunfights. I mean, you can tell Lycolas was like, no, there's no way someone's sitting this deep in the doorway. Turns out there was someone sitting that deep in the doorway, yeah. Dark finds one. Killer goes down as well. BG Man out of the equation. 2 versus 2 effectively. I mean, the two of the better fraggers. Speaking of, I just cursed Dark. He's out of the equation. And Hajime finally goes down there. And around the board for Varian X.
That would have been huge as well, because that was an Ash in the frost mat right under the window as well. So it was all down to Daryl. Theoretically, it was a 1v1, which would have been
There was 3. So one was down, 2 was still alive.
No. One was down. One down in the attic. So the Ying did get down amidst it all.
Okay. So the frost
and Killers was in a frost mat right under the window as well. So it was a 1v1. So theoretically, there on that rotation, Hajime would have actually been able to just score 1 frag and win the round.
Frost mat's the bane of Southeast Asia. Either way, Fury up 4-1, looking at a 5-1 half. I would imagine they are going to be reattempting the site. In I9, he's got this. I think it was the detonation. It was the flare from the second hard breach gadget. If not for that, I think he would have won that gunfight. Because it got in front of him, and he couldn't see the Ying at the end of the hallway.
Yeah, that would have been it. Once again, we do get to see some more sort of shenanigans with the frost mats being set up in rather more randomized almost spots. This time no frost mat under the window, as that would be expected. This time under the double window, so we will get the full, the trap experience from Fury. Surprised that I9 not running the shotgun at this point, given that Lycolas and technically Dark to a certain degree was running. Hajime, meanwhile, actually setting himself up with a spicy one. For the spawn peaks.
Respectable, but I think ill-fated, honestly. But right now, we've got the full gambit though. We've got Dark on 8 and 2, Lycolas 0 and 2 currently. Oh damn. The goose egg on the horizon, unfortunately for him. We've got 1 round left in the half. Potentially just the 3 remaining in the mat. Egypt's going out to Fury. Still getting some big information from this position. Zist goes down. I think he only got the one out there.
What was this? Can't really catch a break at all. Getting basically just domed left, right, and center. I9 gets to just sort of roam around. The Pulse has been actually in a very solid position, being able to almost be that as sneaky as somebody like even Nook with the Pulse gadget. But yeah, speaking about that, Peter actually gets a nice, really solid drop by a 9 who was completely clueless about the presence of the said operator, and yeah, Peter with his life. L plus ratio, as they say.
Unfortunately, indeed. Taking a page out of the Momentum/NatT book, L plus ratio, WH Omega lol, indeed.
And some kick W's in there as well, might as well.
Couple of caps, couple of kick W's, couple of who's. And well, Strike gonna go down. Dark is just on a tear, one away from the double digits, in fact, as well. The Fury just quite happy. They're happy to set this one back. They don't need to force the issue. Varian X are the ones that need to make something happen, and unfortunately, sitting in a situation, they're quite comfortable aggressing. BG swings for 2, in fact. Coming through the walk-in wardrobe. He's on the hunt for the last, but Peter off into the void, down in the basement on a deep lurk, clears out the Claymore, and you see the diffuser out on the balcony as well. We can see, we know exactly where Peter is. Look at him, he's just nowhere near.
Yeah, Peter at this point just wants to ensure that he's just maybe farming up maybe 1 or 2 more frags at this point. Really just doesn't want to, find himself in too much trouble. I say that as he just walks into the sights of Dark, just like that, easy peasy lemon squeezy. And by the end of it all, yet another point. Really, not much over progression has been really granted to Varian X. 5-1 to be the conclusion of the first half. And sort of, we were talking about this sort of, the outcome is relatively expected that it is going to be Fury, dominating for the most of it. Unfortunately, though, Varian X, up until now, really didn't get to show us anything bar that one round where it was mainly just Daryl sort of popping up from the very same position as he was throughout the whole round. So, I mean, partially could sort of chuck it up to Fury just deciding to swing the same person over and over again, thinking that each one of them would be just a slightly better gamer.
We'll see. Look at it heading into the attack. We see the Finka, the Ying currently being hovered, I9 on the Ash, Dark on the Zofia. And then look, you bring a bit of hard breach because Lycolis isn't killed yet, so someone has to be relegated to that role. This is, everything is indicating a full send roster for me.
I wouldn't be opposed to a full send, given that Finka boosts are still very much a thing and still very much a very viable thing.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, Lycolis has said, no, I'm going to be part of this too.
Yeah, Lycolis is going in. All that rationale has completely now been abandoned, in all shape and form. So, look, go for it. Even the LMG is being brought out by Hajime. Oof, spicy.
Wants to take me back to the good times. Wants to go back. We've gone too far. And there we go. Zist kicks it off. I9 the first to fall. Dark the second to fall. Zist has found 2 for his troubles. Unfortunately, no Thunderbird in the lineup for the defense. The third falls as Hajime is down. It's onto Lycolis and BG Man. Oof. Another full send that hasn't quite worked, Cthulhu.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be having just about the same sort of weight as they initially had, given all the mechanical prowess that Fury so far were able to show off against Varian X. Plus, with Lycolis running with Shotgun and SMG-11, it's not a particular look to be quite promising in the long range sort of spectrum of things. And for Varian X, this actually could be even, used as sort of bootleg timeout round where they just get to talk about, they just gave us this round, might as well, start talking about what can be done, because it is evident that Fury are starting to get a little bit more confident, maybe overconfident on some of their plays, on some of their swings. And this is where a good amount of punishment could really come around from Varian X.
BG Man, the Candelas are meant to go inside the door. Unfortunately, there's still half a bloody round to play. This is insane. Lycolis goes down to the shotgun, and Daryl is going to knife him. So if nothing else, he can say, I've knifed a Pro League player, and Killer sticks his head out too far. Cthulhu, what do you reckon? Odds on, we see the 1 versus 5 clutch here from BG Man. Second Candela in is going to pop off. Is he going to tank the gate? No, he's not. He's going to throw the last Candela. He had a drone. He had a drone. Could have tossed the drone in. Tossed the last Candela instead. So that is gone. He's burnt through the toxic canisters, spots the shield, in trouble. He's about to die.
Ooh.
He's not going to take anyone with him, and this is going to be a second round for Very Next.
Yeah, this one might as well full commit. Sort of say go next, and well, keep the ball rolling, keep the game going, as it stands. Because with 30 seconds to go, how are you expecting to really win out the whole round with the 1 HP? As at this point, even just a direct impact from one of the impact grenades would be basically just about enough to finish off. Emir even sneeze at the Ying at that point would have been the killing blow. And yeah, look. Second round, albeit this time definitely felt a little bit more gifted to Varian X comparative to the previous one that they've won. They managed to actually keep themselves well, nice and steady. Still only a 3-round differential, which would feel a fair bit daunting, I would imagine. We can still see some spicy rounds. It is sort of a reoccurring thing, it seems, Panda, that a number of teams, especially the new introductions to OPL, are the ones that are thriving on the defense side rather than the attack.
Indeed. Oh boy. Not an entirely different roster to the last round, just a bit of a shuffle on who's playing what. So I9 still sticking with the Ash, Lycolis given the Ying instead of BG Man who picks up the Nomad, Dark on the Gridlock, and Hajime now with the Armory. So ambitious, I respect it. I'm keen to see if it works.
Very much so. Very keen to see what kind of shenanigans we could see out of the Fury roster. Once again, they're introducing the M249 Saw for Darks, this time Gridlock. So it's still sort of LMG galore for both Lycolis and Dark. On the side of Hajime, this time, well, still Shotgun and BG Man. I would have been, at this point, I would have been surprised if he wouldn't be running the ARX. The Fury skin is rather clean as well, so for those who have won themselves some packs, almost there to even acquire the Fury pack. Or rather, the Fury set.
Yeah, pretty clean, in all honesty. These crazy killers, unfortunately, still deathless. He's right there along with Lycolis, but has twice as many deaths in the round. Supernova for Hajime as well. Next Fury skin, obviously, will be on the Supernova. 100%. I9, though, will make the Ash work this time around. This goes, Candella's out. Daryl quickly follows I9 on for a second. Has not dropped a single point of health like Lycolis. Trying to make moves. Killers coming up the white stairs. How did he miss the shots there? Onto, I believe, it was Hajime, yeah. Oh my god, okay. Oh, alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. That's just not on. He will be traded out, but the shots to I9 is good for 3 so far. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how Hajime got that shot off. I'm sorry. It's just not on.
Yeah, Hajime just being able to run away with just basically daylight robbery, being able to absolutely decimate his opposition. I think this is the one where I think the tilt sort of settles in very next to, okay, well, if they pulling this sort of stuff, why do we even care? At least there is some, numbers farm for strike. But at this point, a single shot to the back of the head, yeah, that's going to be the end of it. Oh no, okay, even worse. As I9 decides to just knife the poor fella.
Toxic indeed. Okay. He couldn't see, Cthulhu. He could not see and got the knife off.
Yeah.
Toxic
gamer.
It is what it is. But I mean, look, I think Fury know that they have a bit of room to work with. They can look to have a bit of fun with it. They are not going to be punished, I think, too heavily for being audacious, as has been proved.
Oh yeah, I highly doubt that Fury will get punished too quickly. I mean, you look at them; they just seem to have fun. And once again, they're actually introducing the Ying Lycolis. Once again, like, oh, bro, come on, get on with the boys, get on board, get amongst the cause. Meanwhile, BG Man is deciding to introduce Grim into the roster, which is, I'm gonna be honest, Panda, I thought that when Grim was initially announced, when, the gadget was revealed, I thought, oh yeah, that could be, a very strong gadget. This could be, the next big meta-changing operator. And then you look at the actual usage for it, and it just all sort of kind of fell apart.
Yeah, having talked to people, I think that the general consensus is Grim a little bit underwhelming, in all honesty. Doesn't quite bring enough to the table to really warrant him in comp play, and I think the only reason we're seeing it at BG Man is because, hell, you're up 4 rounds, you're on map point.
Yeah, might as well.
You don't need to really rely on any sort of... And yeah, look, at the moment, look at it. They're almost going in 1 by 1.
Yeah. Just waiting for sort of the right vibe, maybe. Maybe they're all listening, to a track together at this point.
Music bot in chat going hard. Bumping the tunes. But, yeah, look, unfortunately, this is likely going to be the last round played for Variant X today, barring some colossal throw. Lycolis, though, the question is, who gets a kill first? Is it Lycolis or Killers, or do they both end the map with a donut?
Oh, that is a... I think Lycolis has a really good chance to just end it all on a donut. First time in a while, I mean, you can say for a fact, oh yeah, Lycolis just XD getting carried. As BG Man just swings just like that. The funniest part is, I mean, he uses his utility to try to find, his utility is made for the info gathering. Yet it's the drone that ends up, relying the actual, kill confirm sort of utility.
Well, unfortunately,
Oh,
Killer's
no.
gonna end on a donut,
Oh, no.
and so is Lycolis. They both end the map on a donut. This Fury will carry on the streak, top of the table. Still, once again, not gonna drop out the Direwolves, who, well, look, like I said, they were warming the throne for them.
Yeah. There were a few attempts, for Fury to sort of throw in the bone in there, say, look, here you go. Here's the opportunity for some rounds. Here's the opportunity to, show us what you got. But in reality, it's sort of still very much of a Fury game. It is very much of a Fury domination. From there on out, look, I think we can at least convincingly say that until we get to see that sort of the Direwolves versus Fury showdown, which is, by the way, tomorrow, I think until then, Fury are can be easily called the uncontested sort of first place team. And if they end up winning against Direwolves, yeah, look, this will lock themselves rather thoroughly up until, I believe, Playday 12.
Yeah, honestly, I think the win tomorrow night for Fury over Direwolves space, I would imagine, seals them for the rest of the season. I don't think that they then drop out of first place with the remaining play days there. You could see it. The 2 rounds that were won by Variant X was off the back of Fury dropping the ball, fully sending, and giving them that opportunity. So it is what it is. But right now, it is first place for them. Variant X, unfortunately, just not going to miss out on any opportunity.
Yeah, Variant X they tumbled around. They've made a few attempts, but the way how Fury played was borderline impossible to really predict. I mean, you look at even some of the first few rounds on the defense from Fury, the Boss G 2 times, all sorts of memes came around, hunts borderline for each one of the frags. And for Variant X, I mean, how do you counter that, given that they seem to have started, more so adjusting for that very methodical, very, high brain activity sort of games, and then Fury pulls out this kind of play? There's not much really that could be done.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, Fury are first place in both leagues at the moment for a very, very good reason. They're an incredibly capable team. They proved that once again here tonight, dropping 2 rounds. Make sure you get and you call your shots in chat. Hashtag call your shots for a chance at some R6 credits and one of those Operations League pins as well. Cthulhu, I mean, you want the credits. You want the credits. You want to be able to walk out so that you can get yourself some of these team skins.
Absolutely. Get yourself on board to support the boys, whether it's Direwolves, whether it's Fury, whether it's Elevate, or any other of the teams, of the APAC teams as well. I mean, there's still the wildcard as well to represent. So there's quite a fair few solid solid org skins to come around to support the teams, the players, and the region as well. So, look, plenty of opportunities. But in saying that, we get some more opportunities to see some banger action. This time it's up next, Obsession versus GG, and after that, Elevate versus Champion, which I reckon could have a much closer opportunity to go, full regulation even.
Yeah, I think the likelihood of that is incredibly high. I probably lean more, if I had to say, into the Obsession match. Actually, yeah, I think Obsession. I think would lean probably going towards full regulation rather than champion, given how good Elevate are looking at the moment. But right now, we are going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back, we cross the halfway night of the evening and head into match 3. We'll see you then.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible. Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
But tonight it seems to be all Apex South, all go to is we see it so far, Cthulhu, and going into the future with 2 matches remaining tonight. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that is going to change anytime soon. But our next matchup, I mean, yeah, again, is I think would be the one potential match remaining where we could see an upset.
Maybe. Look, Obsession versus the Gaming Gladiators is certainly looking like the matchup that could go the full send, the full way, given that, well, for Obsession, it is one of those teams that they have a few players with quite a fair bit of an experience in the international stage, but it has been almost sort of hamstringing them, really, with the way how they've been performing, the way how they've been sort of stumbling around. I mean, you look at their general sort of track record, the closest they got was an overtime win over a Strape, a team that basically has been bullied by pretty much every other team. So for Obsession, this has been a very rough run. Although, I mean, you look at their run, they started off the season against Champion, then Fury, then Direwolves, and only now starting to sort of hit the middle ground of the teams, although tomorrow they get to face against Elevate, so it doesn't particularly instill a whole lot of faith in with the possibilities in the future.
Yeah, look, odds do tend to be a little bit stacked, unfortunately, in these situations, but I mean, realistically, I think with the right map, Obsession could take it to overtime here against Gaming Gladiators. We dive onto our 2 teams, of course. I think probably odds are that it is going to be quite a stacked matchup. If Gaming Gladiators come in with some intensity and play the game the way that we know they can, yeah, this might play out similarly to the other matches that we've had today.
I mean, surely the birthday buff as well for Ape would be also coming into the play. The man feeling all reinvigorated, all on the spirits, hopefully running high, should be also able to, put up quite a fair few numbers. But yeah, on the side of Obsession, look, it's a roster that you can't really fault at anything. They've been trying their best. They've been trying to, push themselves as much as they could. Unfortunately, it's for the most of it actually just the mechanical skill that has been sort of faulting and falling through. But I mean, you look at the most recent introduction, Kanom. Look, the scoreline doesn't particularly tell the whole story. 32-35 is not particularly the most flashiest one, but I mean, you look when you have to compare it to somebody like even Roldini or Producer Boom, who unfortunately just had, whilst yes, lower amount of numbers, but they were still, still for the most of it either in the negative or just barely scraping the positive. Kanom has been getting himself very thoroughly involved into each and every one of the gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head there, Kane. I'm not one to shy away at all from a contest, but on the other side of the coin, the Gaming Gladiators, Rix, Joe, Tolji, Hoven, and Super Zaddy, the newest addition to the roster. He as well, not having the greatest times, but you look at the numbers across the board. Rix, I believe this would be one of the few matches that he's played. I think he's been out for Hermosa the last couple of weeks. They have been chopping and changing a little bit, but Hoven, the big talking point, a plus 20 at the moment this season.
Yeah, Hoven been going on an absolute ripper of a performance this season, despite the shortcomings of Gaming Gladiators as a team together. He's been definitely pumping out quite a few very formidable sort of turnouts, whereas one of the more recent introductions, Super Zaddy, unfortunately not as much of a success story as some of the other introductions like Reaps as well for Direwolves, but regardless of it, Gaming Gladiators just been trying to sort of work in together. In a similar way how, looking back at some of the even interviews, the most recent sort of even Pittsburgh Knights win back at the APAC South, they were talking about, finding the right sort of position, the right place for some of their players to readjust to. So it's definitely could be sort of one of those situations similar to Gaming Gladiators where they're just trying to, accommodate at the right sort of spot. Funnily enough, though, Clubhouse being our sort of map pick here, Oregon or Clubhouse was the end choice for the Gaming Gladiators that decided to go to Germany rather than America. And Clubhouse has been one of those sort of odd maps where you get to see some occasional, odd picks, odd plays here and there. But for the most of it, it's just more so about how you innovate defending sites like Gym Bedroom or the CCTV and Cache. The remainder of the sites usually become either quite stagnated or just flat out not being picked at all.
Yeah, again, I think it's one of those situations where if the map's already been played to death, there's only so much you can do.
Well, yeah, true.
I think what we're going to see out of Gaming Gladiators more than likely is exactly what we've seen already out of Fury and out of Direwolves. They're not going to rely too heavily on the strat book. They are just going to play the mechanical game and win that outright.
Yeah, I mean, considering that Gaming Gladiators are still very much in the running in the APAC South as well, one would be expecting that they wouldn't be really, too hard pressed to, play their fullest deck going into the APAC South. And I mean, you look at their Stage 2 performance. In the APAC South, they managed to take the second place, whereas Operation League Summer season, it was a third place for them. So they, far from being, the worst team at all. And I mean, as a matter of fact, you look at their last season's performance, the only team that they dropped to was, I believe, funnily enough, actually to IG International, rest in Pepe's IG, and then Elevate. And that was when Elevate were at their high. So right now, I mean, by all means, for GG, this is the prime time to sort of get themselves back into the swing of things. And for OBS, look, this is the time to possibly even make sort of the big play where they could completely, shut things down.
Yeah, I mean, this is prime time territory for Gaming Gladiators to keep climbing up the rankings. Obsession, again, I think it's more a case of rounds taken away is a victory in and of itself. kick things off with a ban of the Nook from the Gaming Gladiators going into Clubhouse, which, look, I can understand it. I think there are probably other bans that probably could have fit just a little bit better. Nook is great and all, but I don't think Clubhouse is probably your strongest map at the moment.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Clubhouse is just one of those sort of maps where at this point you just kind of want to go back to the basics, where you don't really have to, get too creative about how you, show off your playstyle. Maps like even Villa would probably be able to show that very playstyle, considering that, at least to my recent memory, we haven't really seen Gaming Gladiators to be firmly expanding to, Villa domination in a similar kind of way how Direwolf's been able to do that. So, yeah, look, it seems like a sort of a sane idea in terms of a pick. But speaking of the picks for the ban phase, Nook Maverickade.
Going back to OG Clubhouse with the Mavcade ban. On the defense,
would have been even
Valkyrie,
more
Mirror.
if it
Yeah,
was-
Valkyrie, there we go. So understandable so far. It leaves Azami and the Mirror in play, which... I mean, honestly, I think we're getting to that point where either we need to start seeing a third ban for each team, or the game drastically changes in how teams approach it, because you're going to have to deal guaranteed with one of those big threats.
Yeah, very much so. Nowadays, you have quite a fair bit of that leeway for teams to really just work around the issues of, certain ban here and there. So I'm certainly with you on that sort of statement, Panda, where sort of maybe a third ban needs to be introduced for both the teams, really. But at this point, to sort of make it almost fair, at this point, maybe 4 bans each team to really make, make it worth almost, or rather make it as impactful as it used to be with the 2 bans, or rather as it is now with the 2 bans. So honestly, yeah, I'm keen for what could be coming around to the future of Siege as well later down the line. But as it stands for the time being, Obsession versus Gaming Gladiators, I'm looking at the lineup of OBS. Nothing too really stands out apart from the fact that sort of in tandem with Ace, it is going to be Buck with the secondary hard breaches that will be playing there. So I'm not too sure about how I feel about the flexibility chances for the hard breaching game for Obsession.
I mean, look, honestly, I think it's a smart option, especially knowing full well you're going to the basement. Buck will be able to obviously set up the floor with the skeleton key. So it's not the end of the world. I think this plays quite comfortably, in all honesty, for Obsession. But the Dockerbeat, we're seeing a lot more of it. I'm really rating it. The Logic Bomb can be quite powerful. And speaking of powerful, Tolji's hold here in Secret is going to be quite powerful.
Given that it's only Roldini that will be technically be able to comfortably dispose of that position with the frag grenades, Tolji's chances of being completely outed out of here are very much nice and healthy. Although now being drawn out, this could pose a bit of a threat later down the line, and even say just a simple Finker push would be enough, and would be enough to suffice to really force it out of the comfort zone. And I mean, we say that Producible already nailing a double, well, actually nearly a double. Jay Lucky to join him on the scoreline already. Tolji and a Hoven out. Definitely feels like quite a fair bit of misplay, or rather not expecting Obsession to peak the positions.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether it was a miscommunication that came through there or what fell apart for Gaming Gladiators, but the investment in this hold completely undone because, Tolji was great with that little position that he had with the Kiva barricades, not realizing that someone was already holding the window. He goes to swing out towards Lounge, and it just, unfortunately, Obsession read it quite well. They now have some big control. With a minute remaining, though, they've got to start moving in towards the site itself.
It's about finding that sort of the second phase to that push. You established your foothold, you managed to get the early frags, now you need to capitalize on those, and that is exactly where OBS needs to get themselves moving already, with right under a minute remaining. Certain moves need to happen, certain pushes need to happen. Quite a fair bit of ground needs to be taken away as well from GG if Obsession wants to find themselves a good opportunity to get the plan going. Now, the opening that they have done is a very promising one, but the problem being is that Rix could really go for a very safe swing and still be able to deny. And if they decide to really just bum rush directly to go in for the plant, it would be problematic. I say that though, PD Boom does very quickly dispose of that issue.
Unfortunately now it's just Joe alone, finds one, cannot find Kainom at all. So the numbers game working out there for Obsession, who take the round for themselves, opening up Clubhouse with a victory on base.
And I'm rocking the OG skins, running the Norarengo skin back from back in the day. Quite an interesting color palette as well. Not a lot of teams get to really flex those sort of the color variations as well to get that sort of almost a Nerf gun almost feeling from the camo. But look, yeah, Obsession actually kicked it off really, really well. All things considered, showed a little bit of a hesitation though in the midway, where they sort of were, I'm assuming, trying to gauge the general pacing of it all, how Gaming Gladiators, or rather how active Gaming Gladiators want to get in terms of their defense, at least on the downstairs. And sort of from there on out, I actually managed to single out quite a good number of those gunfights. I mean, the prime example is that sort of play with the SMG-11 and attempts to swing, and yeah, that positioning was basically expected. The pre-fire was there. PD Boom was able to clean it up rather nicely. Unfortunately for him, he fell a second later, but that's beyond the point. It opened up yet another avenue, and a very safe one, to make an entry into the site.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it felt a bit unnecessary. I mean, you got the shotgun in that situation as an SAS operator. You could have just held the breach with the shotgun, but
I think it's more so just the concept of just confidence. Really.
Yeah, look, it was a bit of an ego swing, playing off of the confidence, but it is only the one round, and we are only one round in. So at the moment, I don't think Gaming Gladiators are going to be panicking by any sort of stretch of the imagination. They are quite happy where they are currently. But Obsession, they need to start riding this first round that they got, play off the momentum, and then look to get more.
A lot of information actually being gained right now by J Lucky as well about the Rafters' presence. As Toji is actually looking to try to just make the Rafters as safe as one can make it. There's even more positions now starting to really open up. Really, Toji could get hard-pressed here very, very quickly if he won't be too careful, as, yeah, in comes the stuns as well. Full bum rush coming around. J Lucky to get fallen, but straight away Stalins, under the guise of that stun, actually is able to find a really, really good push.
Kainom as well follows up with yet another. So poor Tolji, he's having a rather rough game as the Azami this time around. Joe as well, the other to fall. So we've got the Frost Jaeger and Bandit in place. I think so they've still got some good guns. They've still got a bit of utility to be able to deny. If Hoven can play off of the Nitro Cell, they can do some real damage. But there's a little bit more that needs to go into it first. There we go, pre-placed as it is. That's a bold call. I think they're trying to read heavily into that Logi push.
And it's a sane idea, given that just straight up pushing just through either the windows or the con would be borderline nearly in that 3v3. I would absolutely rate the idea behind the sort of pre-play C4 play, especially with Hoven playing specifically in the Logi office as well himself. So absolutely, by all means, do go for it. But once again, Obsession are starting to almost unintentionally really stall out. They were trying to wait for the right moment to push when everyone's all rendezvoused together. And with the breach done, Rick's exactly doing what needed to be done. The second swing should not have really happened, should have waited for that push to really come to him, but instead, well, as it stands, 2v2 with 30 seconds remain.
The reality is the crossfires there for the Gaming Gladiators are quite deadly. So I think they are quite happy where they are at the minute. They're not going to be too pressured, too stressed. You got one outside. Hanom can't quite comfortably go for that plant. He's going to try the attempt. So effectively, a 1 versus 2. Yeah, spotted, shut down. And it's just silence outside, and he jumps straight into Rex's Frost, Matt. The best of the bad situation there. Only the really one option he had to go for it. So, look, we equalised 1-1.
Rather unfortunate turnout for Obsession, given that they got pretty close to actually grabbing themselves the second round. And that would have actually, kickstarted a pretty interesting sort of storyline for Obsession, where they could, kick themselves off with defeating Gaming Gladiators and start that sort of mid-season afterburners, I guess you could call it, where they would, slowly but surely start scoring some of the points. Yes, while still a shaky road, still should be able to keep themselves afloat. But unfortunately for them, well, that 1-1 scoreline does sort of involve the possibilities of now momentum kind of being rather turned around towards Gaming Gladiators, and from there on out to get themselves in the running. But I gotta give it to GG. Their hold managed to actually hold off pretty well, given that it was a really well disciplined one. And what I mean by that is,
I'm sorry, I have to stop you. I realized why things looked funny. It's because Arpe's not playing tonight. Because obviously it's his birthday. He's obviously probably out celebrating.
He's out celebrating. Yeah.
I was like, hold on, these names aren't quite right. And I think it's, Rix is back in playing for Arpe tonight. There we go. It all makes sense suddenly.
Very much so, yeah. Look, Arpe, the big birthday boy today. Happy birthday to the gamer. Definitely will be out celebrating. But I mean, in terms of just how sort of general swing of things, whilst yes, not, the full 5 core, I reckon Gaming Gladiators should still be in for a pretty decent running, all things considered. Yes, the first round was rather rough, but the way how they just held on, the way how just they've, kind of got a good gauge through that first round in terms of just how much more patient they need to be. I think this is where sort of things really worked out from there on out for them. Hoven already sort of playing for zone position. Oddly enough, no actual pressure from the AC window into CCTV, which is probably the most confusing / curious thing to me.
Yeah, right now though, obviously, Obsession have a sort of game plan here. They are trying to deal with Hoven and this bandit trick currently. We saw just how powerful this Rafters hold can be, even while concussed for the Gaming Gladiators. You're not going to be too fussed dealing with it at all. Technology, they haven't even got the Izami this time around, so very, very confident in how they played it last time.
Indeed. I mean, the positioning, the setup so far, well, Roldini is trying to make a very thorough advancement as Producer Boom is actually trying to get the actual breach done, I think?
Oh boy.
Did the breach actually work out? No. Well, the impacts are starting to come around as Hoven is trying to get the bandit trick in, but unfortunately for him, that does not actually work out.
He got jibaited.
Yeah, a bit of a debate. Amidst all of that as well, somehow Producer Boom took some even more damage. Makes you think, as Hoven as well gets a run out to get the better of Silence, which is even more tilting thing. So at this point, you sort of look at the setup. Breach done, less than a minute remaining. GG done a phenomenal job at just delaying that breach till this very point. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean,
that would have been a scary
Hoven got baited out by the push in through Con. If not for that, CCTV wall would still be shut, I think, with the way that he was juggling those bandit batteries. So, going to be kicking himself a little bit for the most part. We're heading to the final 30. The play has to be made here, and unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be. Producer Boom does fall. And look at that, Hoven.
Oh, no.
It's the 180. Nitro out, and oh boy, he gets shot out. He's taken care of, but Joe stops the onslaught before he actually falls. My God, Zulu. Gaming Gladiators. They lose the first round, they bite back with a vengeance.
Oh, yeah. They were given just a small bite. They chomped away the whole meal at that point, really. 2-1, 2 runs in a row so far has been achieved in a much more convincing manner compared to what was happening in the first round, which, look, sort of poses for a bit of a question mark about Obsession. Given that their first round was far from being bad, they managed to catch off quite a few players, but that double kill definitely felt like it was more so just a bit of an oversight from Gaming Gladiators, the way how they've expected the angle not to be held, and then, well, the double play certainly worked out in their favor. So, back onto this downstairs side, back onto that sort of almost turtle-like setup, with now the introduction of Thunderbird, so, well, the sort of the damage permanence can be, once again, that sort of the talking point as much, more so just how much is it going to be negated. And for GG, look, this is a very much still a possible roam-heavy lineup where it's more so going to be about mobility rather than, just moving away from the site and establishing a foothold.
That's exactly it. Right now, I mean, Gaming Gladiators from here, if you follow the numbers, should realistically win out the rest of the half quite comfortably. But Obsession have proved that if they can get themselves a foothold, if they can play off of the mistakes the Gaming Gladiators have been making, I mean, realistically, it was only the first round where they made those mistakes. and were punished for it, but they've proven that they can deal with those when presented with them. So hopefully, if presented with it again, these Thunderbird Kona stations aren't going to be the be-all and end-all.
Yeah, it will be more so just a way to sort of default to reset in the mid round or in the late round for the roaming players. Say they do end up, just only taking a fraction of damage, they need to fall back. It's a good way to get themselves reset, to go into the next sort of set of gunfights with full HP, or at least close by to the full HP, and from there on should be able to at least level the chances for the next gunfight. So I definitely think that we could still see Obsession completely shut it all down, but it very much needs to be sort of in terms of pacing where they need to find the initial frag or two in the first sort of minute and a half, which is nearing its end. So sort of we could start talking about, the stall game as well.
Yeah, I mean, Logic Bomb is going to be feeding some information through, but this cam's up and available. There's only so much that has actually been cleared out, and you can see it is sort of that full hunker down strategy being called in by the Gladiators. They want to sort of set themselves up to deal with that push when it comes. They've got 6 impacts to deal with the trick onto that kitchen hatch as well, if they look to make it happen. Skeleton Key does chip away at Hoven, who is going to be forced out of his position in the middle of Armory, but Kona Stations, they're great.
Yeah, exactly for that very reason, being able to, for the most of it, quite recover themselves in terms of the HP. Superzeta, if he can get himself picked back up without losing out on any of the other players, well, he would have been able to get himself back into the general swing of things, but unfortunately that is not the case. Joe already takes quite a fair bit of damage, so is Cano, amidst all of this kerfuffle. Rix as well getting the better of Roldini, so that is the pressure from the main stairs now completely eliminated. All now down to that push towards the blue tunnel, and now the main stairs once again being reinforced, but it's already, the damage has been dealt.
Yeah, I mean, Rix, old Tricky Dicky, proving that he can still go toe-to-toe with the rest of this competition. Jay Lucky dropping Joe, though. And that is the MX4 Storm out. Rix, he's found a second one. Hoven steps up, has the Kona Station as well. So we'll get in, get out, nice and healthy. Looking to hold off, though, with 10 seconds remaining. You got Jay Lucky and Producer Boom trying to push in. Now just a Producer Boom play, not to be. And Rix, that's 3 for him in the round. A very, very solid hold off of the push.
Solid hold. No overextension, none of that. It's a very sort of by the books, almost turtle hold there from Gaming Gladiators, where, yes, they had the initial sort of ROM, yes, they tried to do something funky, but at the end of it all, default back to the site, get yourself re-healed, hold your angles, well, from there on out, it was a relatively sort of even game, and yeah, Rix with the Bearing 9 certainly showing that whilst he is a veteran in the scene, he still has quite a fair bit of a bite to him. And going back to the gym bedroom site, which oddly enough now has been becoming a whole lot more of that sort of secondary rather than a tertiary site for quite a number of teams, and it found a very interesting dynamic in terms of the fact that teams still expecting the CCTV cache to come around if your first pick was the Church and Arsenal, but being then debated that it's actually the bedroom and gym does certainly switch things around. But thankfully there is the attacker repick, so it's not as substantial of a bait, but
not the be all and end all.
Yeah, not the be all end all, but it certainly is one of those things that you at least mentally sort of maybe prepare.
Oh yeah, I mean it can definitely be an attrition battle going into this site at the best of times. We saw it in that last round, especially when you get down to those 2v2, 3v3 situations on the attacking side. You need someone covering the plan, which means you got guns off and you're not quite as comfortable as the defenders will be. And collateral damage from Jay Lucky there. As Tolji, I think Tolji's quite happy with that, in all honesty.
Yeah, I'll take that as a win for GG for OBS. That was a bit of an unfortunate friendly fire to come around, but I suppose that's one of the aggressors curbed. But for Silence, he would be rather frustrated at the end result of that Claymore.
I mean, I'm surprised he didn't see Tolji in chat hit an exclamation mark claim.
Oh yeah.
My kill, Dibs, easy. Add it to my stats at the end.
I mean, there has been a few people actually gathering the stats for Operation League as well. So big shout out to them. I'll try to find the Twitter as well, because that does deserve quite a fair bit of a shout out as well, because that is a gargantuan effort to gather all these stats like that.
Most definitely. And well, shots galore coming out puts us to that 2 versus 2. Jay Lucky, unfortunately though, tagged quite heavily in this situation. Ooh, Kanom almost presents the head. It's a bit of a jiggle play, and Rex has got the crossfire there too. So even if they do make the play, I mean, they might even just pull off to try and allow Rex to capitalize on that crossfire. And there we go. Big damage onto Kanom. Super Zaddy pushes back in. He's finished off. And Rex closes it out with the SMG 11. Eesh. And it's that crossfire setup. Incredibly powerful from GG on the defense.
Yeah, GG managing to realize finally, their full potential on the way how they've, played their game, played their setup. It was all rather clinical. Very, very solid this time, not really allowing a whole lot of leeway to Obsession to make any sort of further entry into the building. Construction was the sort of the finishing line there for them at the end of that round. I also managed, Panda, I managed to finally find the absolute epic gamer who has been doing, all this effort for, gathering the stats.
Oh, yeah.
At Ruoling, RUOLING and a underscore. Make sure to follow it.
Yeah, a familiar name in the region in terms of input. Hard-working, look, repeater editor there. So, right now, speaking of hard work, Obsession need to put in some hard yards to pick up the final round of the half if they want that 4-2. Otherwise, look, I think we're on track for a very quick evening.
Could very much be the case. The one matchup that we were sort of expecting to go, the full length, unfortunately not seeming to be netting as much of a success as one would have wanted to see.
Like, nothing else, our predictions are doing quite well.
Oh yeah, look, prediction-wise, we're all feeling nice and happy about it all, because with us basically being at this point just clones of our own predictions. Yeah, look, it's all nice and steady in terms of the point gain, at least for us as casters. I wonder what our colleagues from the other side of the language broadcasts are doing. How are their stats faring? Because that would be quite an interesting way to compare.
Better than Jay Lucky this round, I would imagine.
Yeah, for Jay Lucky, it's a bit of an oof in general.
Ironic name in that situation too, unfortunately.
Jay, yeah, a bit of a rebrand probably needs to happen after this game. Poor man, but look, all things considered, Obsession still managed to show us a few good, at least attempts so far in terms of their attack. Just unfortunate that in the same case as Variant X, it has been more so the talk about Obsession prepping in for a very thorough game, but in reality getting themselves a ranked stack and a very aggressive ranked stack to play against.
Yeah, exactly. It has been a very heavy swing game. No fear whatsoever out of the game of Gladiators. Unfortunately, for Obsession at the moment. But there is worse situations they could find themselves in. Looking to stack up for halfway through the round, we've lost one already. There were situations you could be in all honesty.
Yeah, with the way how things been going, once again, 2 minutes completely gone and out, plus the bandit trick of Hoban right in the nick of time as well. Managing to just completely deny all sorts of abilities for the breach. All of that breaching utility completely now drained out. At least Silence is able to nail Super Zaddy, so that is one of the players out of the equation. Plus the jump in is about to happen. Kanom, yeah, look, in for a very nasty surprise. Hoban having the position. C4 is out as well. Unfortunately, I don't think he got the ability even to explode, so with Silence now falling to the hands of Tolji, yeah, this is all completely falling apart. It's all down to Roldini to try to do anything, and even then, good luck at finding the opportunities.
Yeah, honestly, it's a bit of a rough spot that they do find themselves in at the minute, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better as the half. Yeah, it's just that was a lot of time given, and they didn't waste it. So the round closed out quite comfortably. Going into the next, Cthulhu, honestly, I don't see much longer for this world being the, yeah, it is what it is. They are holding on as best they can.
Yeah, look, doing their best, trying their best to hold on to this. Maybe we could see, a few more rounds to come out from Obsession on the defense, if they would just be able to hold on to sort of this play and sort of just deny at least the entry, or at least just play for that sort of patient game. Sort of, look, try to get those sort of breach denials. And I mean, they have the duo of Mutant Bandit, so sort of the initial force out of the EMPs could come around. This time actually with Thatcher to come out from Joe. I could really see Roldini get a really nice bandit trick in, drain some time, force Gaming Gladiators to go through different avenues, and maybe set up the choke points from there on out to sort of force out one or two more rounds to at least make it a whole lot more closer for themselves, and just at least to make sure that they get on board.
Yep, ideally.
Ideally.
But again, it's the Gaming Gladiators. You look at the shots that like Hoven and Riggs are having phenomenal games. Now they hear the attack where they're allowed to be that little bit more aggressive. I think they're going to be quite happy at the minute. I don't think they're going to be too frustrated whatsoever. They only need 2 rounds here on the attack. They can afford to mess around a little bit. They're not a team that will, but they can afford to.
Very much so. Gaming Gladiators have that sort of nice sort of buffer to play around. As told you already, gets the better of Roldini. Just poor man cannot get a break at all. Still sitting on a donut. Can't really be able to find himself any sort of steady approach to keep on scoring, where OBS just feeling like the mental is at least partially in the bin here.
I mean, it is what it is. Again, having come off a major performance, they're an incredibly capable team. I mean, they relegated Order last year, beat out the ANZ, hopeful for the spot. They won, I've really spaced in the name. Southeast Asia, Malaysia,
Southeast Asia.
Philippines, Indo. They won that competition, beating out Invictus. So they are no slouches at all. And unfortunately for Zaddy, he's going to find the head. My God, my brain is fried. It is just all over. Big shots coming from both teams. Zaddy's dead, but so is Konom and Roldini. Xylens is in trouble. Rix, though, that's a big shot onto him to take him down.
So, already quite a fair bit of damage attempted to have been given away, as Rix does get fell, but instantly picked back up. Producer Boom is the last player standing to try to, make do with the situation that he's been dealt with, as unfortunate as it is. Does get the better of Hoven, so 1v3, minute remaining. Might just have the ability 1v2, maybe 1v1 as well, but does receive quite a hefty amount of damage. Rix, one shot away from going down. Toji is, maybe 3 shots worth of damage away from, the grave as well, whereas Producer Boom, a single burst of AK-12 will be basically claiming his life.
He has done a decent job, though, of holding off this push at least. Toji out on the K9 balcony. 3 fires going in. All he needs to do is connect onto the head. No, unfortunately. Not the right angle, not the right height. And it will be Gaming Gladiators walking away with map point. 1 more to go.
Gaming Gladiators, first time in a while, they got quite close to losing out on that round. Especially after how sharp a few shots were from Producer Boom, and unfortunately for him, just couldn't really connect the remainder of those. So these 1-6 scoreline for Obsession will be only leaving the Obsession for that sort of scoreline, it seems, whereas no reality in terms of gaining any points continues to be that sort of the rather grim one at it. Whereas, look, for Gaming Gladiators, it's at least it's a good recovery for them from what was a rather, so far, upsetting turnout. I mean, you look at the GG, they started off really well, 7-0 against Variangs, but Elevate, 3-7 loss. Fury, 4-7 loss. They managed to get the better of Champion, and now they're looking to come out with a rather clinical victory against Obsession. And then tomorrow, they get to face a Strape. So this seems to be like a sort of a green light week for Gaming Gladiators to actually get themselves on board for the points, which could actually set themselves up really nicely. I mean, the 3-pointer here will mean a 5 points, so that's overtaking Varian X already, and another 3-pointer tomorrow could have the ability to even overtake Champion and grab themselves a 5th place, which would be a 2-place upgrade by the end of the weekend. I mean, by all means.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, we've already got our race for 1st and 2nd. Now it seems to be for the rest of the pack battle for 3rd and 4th, because I don't see anyone contesting Direwolves or Fury at the minute. Even Elevate, I think, is probably out of the running for that race. Realistically, they've still got to play, but they've got half of Direwolves' points at the moment. So even if they do pick up the full 3 points, they're four behind, which means it would require Direwolves having 2 very bad play days and Elevate having 2 very successful ones for them to overtake. So, yeah, I think their goal at the minute is playoffs, of course.
Even just keeping or getting towards the playoff spot, because I mean, you're looking at that. Well, right now, Gaming Gladiators with their 3-pointer, they're extending that lead by a very large amount, and the only team that can really contest for that 4th place will ultimately become Champion, really. Whereas, and sort of like a 6-pointer here for them. Well, they're already sort of, pardon me, sitting on a 6-pointer. 3 points here for themselves. They're already even overtaking Elevate, really.
Well, 2 kills to go, and Gladiators will walk away with the full 3. They do lose Hove into Producer Boom, who has been a bit of a thorn in the side of the Gladiators the last couple of rounds. He's going to find himself 2, in fact, in a wee bit of trouble. Jay Lucky makes it a 2 versus 2, beat the health bars. Honestly, a single breaching round to do it. Joe for 1. It's just PD Boom left to clutch it up. Joe on the plant. If he can isolate the gunfights here, if he takes down Tolji, things coming through. Needs it to head, but not enough, unfortunately. Tolji will take the gunfight, close out the map, and Gaming Gladiators secure a victory for Arpe's birthday present.
Very nice, yeah. Arpe's birthday present acquired in a rather thorough, I mean, a 7-1, that's one heck of a way to really show up. And yeah, look, for Obsession, this has been a rather unfortunate sort of result. You look at the end score, even Roldini, yeah.
The goose egg, unfortunately, to close out the night, but it is what it is. Gaming Gladiators is a standout team. Even at the best, at times, you're going to be struggling. Unfortunately, it was just an even worse day for Roldini. You walk away with what you can, you take the successes where you find them, and you look to, obviously, next play day, which will be tomorrow for these guys.
Yeah. Look, I mean, for Gaming Gladiators, this is a good week to really get themselves back into their own spirits, especially after their most recent win against Champion. This sort of proves that they are sort of still, well, not sort of, they are still an APAC South team. They deserve to be in that top 4 with what, by all means, necessary, really. That 3-pointer definitely does set themselves up really, really nicely, whereas now for Elevate, well, at least temporarily, they're in 4th place, right under the Gaming Gladiators. For Elevate, though, all they need to really do is overtake Champion, and with the way how certain things been so far rolling, look, Elevate will have very much of a strong chance to really make this very thing happen.
Yeah, I mean, possibilities are there. I think at the moment, it just seems like our non-APAC South teams are really copping the brunt of the punishment at the moment. As look, realistically, as you would expect in a competition like this, there is a reason that you've got 4 APAC South teams versus non-4 APAC South teams. There's only so many spots that can be filled. But yeah, like, I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they come in, they prove why they have deserved this spot in top tier competition. Make sure you get in your hashtag, call your shots in chat. Get yourself some R6 credits and that pin as well, of course, for Cthulhu. With 1 match remaining, Elevate looking to try and pick up another victory here as well with the updated results. I mean, you're looking, yeah, Elevate currently in 4th. If they win this in regulation, they jump back into 3rd, and it's all APAC in the top 4.
Yeah. With the way how things been going for Elevate, yeah, look, they suffered quite an unfortunate sort of L, both in OPL and in APAC South to Fury, funnily enough. So going into this one, I think this is going to be just more so sort of get back into the swing of things, get back on the mental, get back into the game, and sort of get that absolutely scary machine that Elevate at their prime is back on the road.
Yeah, obviously as well. It's not just Fury. It's they're this new unit. They're trying to figure out who they are. Obviously, with their new coach Laxing coming in, I mean, he's got a huge amount of competitive experience under the belt, and he really is only just going to accentuate what they're capable of on any game day. So, I think realistically, we are still sort of seeing Elevate flesh themselves out with this new roster, with the new info and the new support they've got coming in. But they're a team who had huge potential. They were one of the few APAC teams to find success in a major in a very long time. And now they've got a new coach. And we've seen what can happen with a new coach back at a team. You used to look at the Knights picking up Luna Metal. With Elevate picking up someone like Laxing as a coach, I'll be honest, that is a very scary prospect in the near future.
Very much so, yeah. The way how it just opens up the opportunity for Elevate to learn, even just from the perspective of a whole different sort of playstyle, a whole different meta, a whole different region. Laxing would be definitely bringing in a lot of opportunities, a whole lot of possibilities for that roster to really study up on, to really work around. So, yeah, whilst I think at the moment we are seeing sort of Elevate in a bit of a rut, in a bit of a dip, I definitely think that they now might have a good chance to sort of hit the afterburner and just sort of start climbing once again.
Well, we'll see that climb start when we come back after the break for our final match of the evening in play day number 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
back with one match remaining, and it's two teams battling it out, seeing Red Cthulhu. Elevate taking on Champion in our final match, of course. I mean, Elevate, it'll just be that opportunity to jump back into third, overtake Game and Gladiators right now. Whereas Champion, I mean, they've struck a couple of blows over the last season. There is, like, I wouldn't say a high likelihood that they could potentially take a map away here, but they could still potentially push it to overtime and do a bit of damage to the standard.
Yeah, the overtime definitely feels like it could be, one of those possibilities, especially given it is Champion. It is a roster that has managed to pull off a few of those sort of overtime upsets to quite a number of those Apex South teams. So going into this one, I definitely think that we could see very similar sort of turnout. But in the same vein, with Elevate having a bit of a rough run, Elevate just sort of a little bit in a rut, we sort of also start questioning as to, well, when do they, get back up? Because obviously they far from being, a horrible team. Far from it. As a matter of fact, they are an excellent team. It's just unfortunately for them, it's been a bit of a rut, whether it's OPL or Apex South, where they can't seem to be able to find sort of the right footing, and sort of the question creeps in as to whether it's them, being at fault, or whether it's more so just the rest of the region just catching up to them. I mean, you look at how Fury started improving their play, how Direwolf started getting back into the swing of things. So it definitely has been a sort of a very odd dynamics. Is probably the best way to really describe it all.
Yeah, they have our two teams on your screen at the minute. Cthulhu, Elevate. I mean, what was arguably a very, very impressive performance coming out of the majors. It slipped a little bit coming into stage 3. It's not quite the momentum or at least intensity that we expected out of them coming into this stage. But Champion, they are in prime position to become punching bags, it would seem. Unfortunately, there on your screen, you can see them right now. So far, mostly positive. I think Sapper and DCH have a bit of a rough time. Also, Sapper, happy birthday to him. He's also got a birthday, same day as Arpe. He's just a little bit older, though, unfortunately. So maybe, I mean, Arpe wasn't able to capitalize on it as he didn't play. Maybe Sapper can.
Maybe Sapper can, indeed. Definitely, look, the man, the myth, the legend himself, looking to, get back into the general swing of things. I mean, you look at the players, though, like Mr. Punch, like Onigiri, like even Mark, they have been still being able to perform and output quite a fair few really, really solid performances, and really get into the thick of it when it comes down to the gunfights. But yeah, look, Elevate, definitely not the shiniest start to the autumn season of OPL for themselves. And certainly may have caused a little bit of a damage to the general sort of morale, but it was also amidst the fact that they being introduced to a whole new coach, new team dynamic. So there's definitely quite a fair few still, I think, friction points that could be talked about, thought about. Whereas you look at Champion, it's a roster that, for the most part, actually seen quite a fair bit of an upgrade. I mean, you look at Crit J, the most recent introduction to the roster, and I mean, the numbers basically speak for themselves. 47 to 27, he has been pushing quite a hefty amount of performances, and then you look at the rest of the team, still trying to, play catch up.
Yeah, obviously having stepped in to replace Wattmelon in this roster, who was quite a capable fragger. Obviously, Champion feeling quite comfortable with Crit J and what he brings in. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, like you said, plus 20 across the board. He's the only player in this team currently going positive, which is a bit rough on the whole, but he is one to find and exploit opportunities against their opponents. He is sort of the tip of the spear for this Champion roster.
Yeah, very much so. He's the one that has been spearheading quite a fair few pushes. He's been the one to find a lot of those openings for his team to really then, for the rest of the roster, to capitalize upon. So definitely curious to see how will his performance really impact today's sort of presence of Champion on the scoreboard, and see how well will they be able to really take it to the Elevate, to arguably right now in the rather more kind of crippled state, which is, I would imagine, relatively temporary, considering all things, and considering that they are coming off the major and all the the beautiful things. So
it is still Elevate, though.
It is still Elevate, absolutely. The only thing, though, that is a perfect transition as well for us to really talk about Skyscraper being the pick, and it is a pick of Elevate. between Villa and Skyscraper, they chose to go to the labyrinth of a map that is the Japanese Skyscraper, which to a certain degree, I want to say that, you know, it's the map that's slowly sort of coming to find its own identity, but in the same sort of vein, it's still a very much of a it's one of those maps that has 1 to 2 sites that can be confidently played, and then the rest is kind of just like, well, yeah, I guess we just wing it.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think this map plays out quite well, in all honesty, for Elevate. They're a team who like to play up in the face of their opponents. Their go-to approach to the game is just don't give your opponents time to think, play in the chaos, play and thrive in the chaos, as it were. So I think a map like Skyscraper, where you've got those tucked-in positions, you got those close quarters, the labyrinth that it is, I think this map plays out quite well for Elevate, and they really could do some damage.
Oh, absolutely, they could do a metric ton of damage, really, and I'm looking forward to really see how it all, you know, works out, how it all happens. Because look, I mean, with Onigiri bringing back the headband, I think we're back into the sort of the general mood. It seems like already a few players starting to get back to the Elevate sort of gaming house as well. So coming off that, I guess you could call it the vacation for Elevate. Hiatus. Yeah, that's one. That's another way to really call it. So, well, look, for all intents and purposes, maybe it is the day for Elevate to really get back on their feet.
Quite possibly. Going into it, Champion will be starting off on the defense, of course. Elevate going to have some fun, but it's Osa, the first ban of the match, which I can understand. Osa on this map can be quite a scary prospect to deal with. Those shields, really a nuisance, especially on a T-Room karaoke defense. And there you go. Elevate answer back with the Zofia.
Simply much more, how should I say this, much more unconventional sort of bans already coming around, including the fact that, I mean, Osa hasn't really seen a whole lot of ban rate, given that while she's still relevant in the meta, she isn't really as, you know, impactful or as, you know, as meta changing, I guess is the best way to really call it. Azami out of the equation does also make quite a good amount of sense, given that you stopping the defense from being able to completely shape, you know, the whole site to their liking, to their preference, or being able to sort of on the go lock out certain positions, certain angles. So it's all going to be back to the very much of a almost basic approach. But with the Zofia out of the equation, this will be generating a very actually interesting position where, whilst yes, you have the operators with the Gon 6s, this might just actually bring out Ashe on a much more frequent basis, which, funnily enough, for more so the Ashe picks, you generally don't bring her for the utility. You just bring for the fact that it's a 3-speeder, it's an operator that has a lot of gunfire potential, and so it's a rather interesting sort of thing to happen. Definitely brings even a bit of a throwback.
ECH, though, seems to be going in a slightly different direction than that. Which, I'll be honest, I do rate. I think that... Actually, never mind. I was going to say, I think the fuse could have been quite big on this map, but no, it's going to be an Oniana instead. Going to play it safe, play it boring. We do still have that knock-in, let through this time, and Onigiri back on his iconic Dokkaebi Nook combo is going to be quite scary.
Yeah, look, I definitely think that this is looking to be a much more, you know, back to the comfort zone play from Elevate. Nothing too experimental. Obviously, they don't want to show off too many things in OPL as well, given that a lot of their opponents will be watching this, thinking, well, how are we going to counter Elevate? Because with the fact that for all 4 top teams currently in OPL, their opponents will be watching, well, trying to find sort of the cracks in the playstyle, in the performance, and for all of them, well, they've played so far mostly just by the books, plus introducing a little bit of almost like a ranked sort of heavy fragging playstyle. Which, look, it's all great and all, but if a team comes in prepared to counter that and to curb that aggression, might not actually work out as much as one would have wanted. Champion already starting to get quite pressured, namely Farlord, just having some struggles with, well, keeping himself alive, but I say that he's actually dishes back quite a fair bit of damage towards DCH.
Scorpion Evo in the hands of Crit J with the suppressor to boot. That is a fairly potent combo. This could be quite deadly if Elevate do funnel into it, but right now you can see they're already clearing things out. DCH has taken some punishment, but not enough that I think that it'd be out of the equation. Sapper, though, will be the first to fall here, followed up by Mark. So a very quick take, traded back by Mr. Punch on the Nook, who himself is felled by Exolotic. And there you go, DCH still doing what he can despite the low health bar. This one might come down to Onigiri. Have to clutch up with that MK14.
And Onigiri and MK14 name a more iconic duo, really. Right now, he was an absolute fiend when it comes down to using DMR, and for all the right reasons, the man is an absolute legend when it comes down to that. Frag grenade could come around here from DCH, but instead all he receives back is just a smoke grenade to hold him off. Sub 1 minute, though, remaining, so we could see Elevate almost being just drained out of the time to find any sort of opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, they need to be quick. DCH still playing his life at the moment. Traded, actually, in the form of Onigiri going down. So a 1 versus 2 with minimal health. DCH is going to have to hit 2 headshots, make that 1. Can't connect. He was not that far off taking down Labyrinth as well. That could have been an Elevate round. He's going to be a little bit frustrated, but actually promising sign.
Oh, yeah. Very much so. Kicking it all off with a, winning round for Champion, despite what looked like it nearly, all completely crumbled and fell apart. This could be actually quite a heater of a matchup on our hands, because Champion being, the big, almost, I'd say, the Kingslayers, they have a really good chance to really kick down Elevate once again, introduce that even more of that sort of frustration for them, and maybe later down the line sort of be that team to really reclaim even that playoff spot for themselves. But as all things considered, this is only just the first round, so we've seen plenty of teams, kick it off really, really well, and from there on it all kind of falling apart.
I mean, you just have to look at last match alone. Unfortunately, Obsession wins the 1 round, and then they don't win anything else. Kevin Gladiators with 7 in a row. Mr. Punch, though, offering something a little bit different here. Wanting to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more accelerated. Get up onto those balconies nice and early, start contesting Champion, and I do rate that.
I mean, this is a very actually curious pick, given that Amaru, yes, generally perceived as one of those sort of just operators. You just go in, get the job done, or sort of set the initial pacing. But in the terms of Skyscraper, actually, I rate the pick of Amaru, because it introduces that sort of the early positioning for yourself, with Skyscraper being the map of Labyrinth as it is. It allows you to still be in a relative safety when you make that sort of entrance, and there are plenty of entry points as well within Skyscraper. So for Elevate, this might actually be able to pay off pretty well.
EMP's going out. Mark will start to open up the wall into the office right now, looking to get themselves some big lines of sight and cut down. Oh, Mark had spotted a foot there. That could have been huge. Crit J just tucked it around the corner. Does back himself out of trouble. Tucks himself in towards Lounge. Doesn't want to get caught out just yet. And Farlord kicks it off. Mark down.
Rather unfortunate result there for Mark, as Elevate were looking to make sort of the big entry, but right now the LASMG and just the rest of the team just so far been just too good. Parrot as well, getting the better of yet another Elevate member, and that's the odd sort of dynamic so far. I mean, you look at the Champion health points. Well, Solodic is 1 shot away from being down. Parrot 2 shots tops from being down. Farlord has been tagged up to quite a fair MP as well. So once the next sort of gunfight erupts, well, there are possibilities for them to very quickly fall and being unable to outgun their opponent. So it's just that one extra shot that seems to be, the problem for Elevate to not be able to find.
The final minute in play. Champion are going to steal themselves to this push that will be coming eventually. DCH does have the Gemini, but limited health and a nade there to boot. So, I mean, if they can't utilize that, they could find themselves wiped out for a second round. Labyrinth going to take a bit of punishment there, bit of chip, and the health bars will be dwindling that little bit further. Firelord tucked to the corner, going for the shots on. They can't connect. Crit J playing around the bar. Does drop Mr. Punch. A matter of timing, unfortunately, not going Elevate's way. DCH, as you know, he's going to get the shots on Labyrinth. No, actually, it was Sapper for two, in fact, in the back lines. DCH finishes off Salons. He knows there's a player close right to him. This could be huge. In fact, no, it doesn't matter. Sapper was the one to shut him down. Power it. Big kill. It's just on a Sap with 5 seconds. He's got the diffuser. If he can try and make a play, this could be huge, but no. No time. Absolutely no time. And another round just slips under the door in favor of Champion.
All right. Champion definitely taking this to a whole new level. Pushing this quite far as well, which is something that, well, quite far at the beginning of the matchup, which is something that I'll be honest, I don't think I've expected it to the full point really to be talked about. And once again, it sort of feels partially that it is on Elevate for even just allowing Skyscraper to be brought in. This sort of also shows that, you know, for any APAC team out there, you take Elevate to Skyscraper, at least in their current state, yep, look, chances are you might just be able to get that early advantage. Now, question being, whilst, yes, Champion has the opportunity to continue their streak, say theoretically, we'll move on to the 3-3 or 4-2 half. How many times we've seen that first half to be quite successful for one team, completely be turned around the moment they go into the attack?
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
And it may sound like copium for me, you know, given that we've been praising Elevate for quite a fair bit, but that is a genuine concern even for Champion. Yes, they are the Kingslayers. Yes, they, you know, have been putting out the numbers. But in the same sort of vein as all the non-APAC South teams, has it been, you know, throughout the whole start of the season for the autumn.
I mean, the reality is, I suppose it is worth saying, Champion would likely be the best Southeast Asian team outside of APAC South currently. So, in all reality, there's a reason they are contesting these teams, because they're not that far off being on the same level as them.
So, and I mean, being able to go quite confidently on those, I would call them off-meta maps, very confidently, by all means, go for it, go send for it, because if they're able to play Skyscraper this way at the very beginning and just keep on at least playing for time, look, you put them against a number of teams, and each and one of those APAC South teams could very much have the ability to just completely struggle, get stalled out, unable to find that sort of the initial pick. And that is the other thing that is very much worth mentioning. The initial picks, the first blood. Both of the rounds that Champion were able to win was off the back of them claiming the first blood and then being able to completely deny any further advancement or any further frags for Elevate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the one. Crit J sticking with the suppressed Scorpion right now. I do rate it. It is quite a scary pick at the best of times. And paired with the changes means it's just as strong. Onigiri really having a rough match so far. Luckily, Sapper is there to at least claim one back on this Jackal pick, which you want. You definitely want. But Twitch early off the board, that's rough. That is very rough.
Yeah. Problem galore, looking to be sort of a big talking point where just Elevate can't seem to be able to nail that sort of the right, almost pacing really. Where losing those early picks, especially players like operators like Jackal, like Twitch, in the early stages of their push, albeit the round has been for the most of it drained yet again, doesn't really produce a whole lot of faith. Once more, 3-0, completely uncontested. One would start, you know, having quite a fair few questions as to what is in fact happening within Elevate. Where where that explosive nature that they had even in the previous seasons, has that all gone?
Seconds remaining.
It's not the end of the world. There is still possibilities that it does bounce back down to the 2 versus 2. In fact, Mark dropped to make it a 2 versus 1, and it's on DCH, who has been hitting his shots, but 3 seconds left. Yeah, this one's going to go down to the clock. No chance. It hands on a diffuser. Third, very frustrating round played out here by Elevate. I mean, the fact we're on Skyscraper, it's a 45 to 54. Yes, there's only been 11 rounds played on this matchup, Cthulhu, on Skyscraper as a whole this season. But again, I think that is sort of indicative of what we've come to expect. It's not crazily one-sided. It is just slightly more defender-sided.
Yeah, slightly more defender-sided, but I mean, you even then look at what arguably should have been, the multitude of rounds to possibly kick off for Elevate, and they were just unable to really find anything for themselves. They weren't able to find any big openers, any big plays, and sort of from there on, like, oh, where do they even start? That's probably the main question, at least for me, is just where's that comeback story start?
5 seconds left.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on, what is happening in the Elevate camp currently as to provide answers for this, but maybe it is a case if they just feel that much more comfortable on the defense. Maybe their take is just a little bit different now with the changes that have been made over the last season. Who knows? All we can really do is speculate at this point.
Yeah, this is funnily enough, one of the few sort of occasions where we can't really, get a full-on grasp as to, or rather get a definitive sort of answer as to why certain events are happening to, one or the other team. Because as funny as it sounds, it genuinely feels like between Champion and Elevate, they have almost swapped sort of positions where it's the Elevate that seems to be, the team that just is yet to figure out their identity, figure out where they fare within the whole OPL ecosystem. Whereas in the way how Champion performing, they got it all figured out. They're borderline a world-class team.
I mean, it's the thing. A win here for Champion would actually switch positions. They would jump into 4th. Elevate would be knocked down into 5th at the moment. Which, I mean,
wild, though, storyline.
Yeah. I mean, it just makes things more interesting going into the rest of the season, but not a position that I think ideally Elevate would want to be in at all. And oh my god, Mark is just dumpstered on there by Crit J. And unfortunately, there's just no nicer way to put it. Crit J is just styling.
Very much so. The rest of the squad as well, being able to put out quite consistent numbers, has actually been a really, really impressive sort of performance. I mean, Farlord as well being able to get on board. And you can see even the hesitation in the swings from the remainder of players of the Elevate. They're certainly not sure where that they want to peak. Crit J certainly has instilled quite a fair bit of horror into the ranks of his enemies. At least DCH is able to get the better of Farlord, so it's not completely a flawless round, but with sub 1 minute remaining. Slow and steady, it seems like it is the approach from Elevate, but they questioning each and every corner, and what confidence is it going to give you if you're questioning every quarter of the map?
I mean, the last 2 rounds have been lost on the clock. They're about to lose it again on the clock if they're not careful. So this, I mean, increasingly frustrating results. I mean, the fact, I could not tell you the last time I saw Elevate find themselves down 4-0 to anyone.
Yeah. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen this sort of dire situation for Elevate. Sapper, yeah, this time just too many angles to hold, too many angles to swing, and it's all down to DCH to wrap it all up 4-0. I'll be honest, Panda, I think this is where we might actually all together as, the talent members for the English broadcast might actually fall through in terms of just the predictions. Not expecting Champion to actually come out the way how they're doing. Yeah, they doing pretty good. Fist bumping through the webcam as well. Rich is not probably the most impressed one, but look, he's just there.
Only Geary is still smiling, so you got to wonder just how rough the mental is in the Elevate camp. I mean, it might not be completely in the bin. I mean, 4-2 could become a victory for Elevate still. But it's just the trajectory, the momentum that we've seen so far. The rounds have come down close, but not with enough time for Elevate to actually do anything about it.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, it's not the end of the season yet, so they will have plenty of opportunities to really get themselves back into the general swing of things. But that sort of leaves the sort of room up for one of those sort of scenarios where Elevate might have to sort of prey on Champion and Gaming Gladiators' downfall for themselves to even make it into the playoffs, which seems like almost a bit of a surreal sort of experience.
Makes you wonder what timeline we're really living in.
Yeah, exactly. Makes you wonder what timeline we're living in because, it's definitely been a while since Elevator were this down bad, at least in terms of just the match.
It was in this position that the ANZ one. It's a unique position for them to find themselves here. But I suppose, if nothing else, you do what you can and try keep the spirits up. But that can be a troubling prospect at times.
Very much so. It's sort of one of those situations where the consequences of the actions of just them sort of, it's whatever sort of kind of deal, could end up backfiring in very much of a later game. But it's all speculations for now. Maybe it's when, maybe on the defense is when Champion will thwart under the pressure of Elevate. Because as it stands, Zappa very much not enjoying his time here. At least the frag grenade does get the better of Labyrinth, and it's the first time we do get to see the first blood to come around from Elevate. And finally, it seems like Onigiri and Co are activated.
Zappa not having the greatest of birthdays so far. But look at that, Plant going down before we hit the halfway mark. Onigiri's on for 3. Farlord at least will claim 1 back. He's in trouble now. Plant will be secured. And it is a far different approach. This is the Elevate that we were expecting to show up tonight. 4 versus 1 currently. And you're in a situation where the best you could hope for is probably just pad the stats, get some exit frags. And so, yeah, Farlord, he's not going to force the issue, knowing full well that he's probably going to be hunted, and DCH will be the one to rightfully claim it.
Very nicely done, yeah. Elevate back into the general swing of things, at least, though, being able to at least claim 1 more round. So, whilst not the most ideal situation, on the attack, look, suppose we'll take it. Now, as long as they are able to push 1 more sort of round, 4-2 scoreline is very much still workable for them to pull off that. Bit of a comeback on the side of Champion, though. They want to lock down as many rounds as possible. 5-1 will be borderline perfect. Given that, 6-0 no longer is on the board. 5-1, oddly enough, it is doable, I reckon. As long as they're able to, once again, provide that initial sort of first blood into their favor, then Elevate basically does the rest of the job for them. Installing out and really doing the job for Champion. But yeah, as it is, it's definitely still been already quite a thorough sort of proving by Champion and the way how they've played and the way how they're able to, take it up to the big names, to the big dogs. They're able to, really keep it all in the running.
And so on. Right now, I mean, look, Champion, if they can sneak 1 away for the half switch, 1 more anyway, I think they'll be quite happy. And Elevate could be in a real trouble spot.
What was the big gauge could really come around here as well, Panda, that, after this very round? Is at least in my eyes, if it does come down to the 5-1 scoreline, then, yeah, look, scary times for Elevate. Yes, they are seemingly struggling with finding the right pace, the right positioning, just the right everything, the right game, and the even map. Whereas if it's a 4-2, look, there's still sort of a glimpse of hope for them. On the defense, they might just be able to just hold it off, hunker down, the usual sort of vocab that we use for the defense side. At least for Onigiri, he's the one to actually find the opener this time against Labyrinth, who seemingly tried so hard to set up a very sort of thorough defense setup for him to even fall back to, and at the end of it all just falls to just a full-on Ash push.
Zolotic taking some big damage there. It seems like Elevator finally waking up into this matchup. Zolotic's position is being challenged. They know where he is. The drones are going in. He's hunting for the information. But Elevate, they slow it down once again, knowing full well that they've got the advantage. They want to be able to play off of it. It's just testing the waters, and the Candela goes in. Zolotic's in a lot of trouble. He can't see anything right now. In fact, they go for the deep toss.
Sure.
And yeah, that's a play. Mr. Punch, come
Mr.
on,
Punch?
man. No. That's not on. You cannot be missing opportunities like that.
What happened there? How is that even allowed?
And the round is turned around completely.
Mops it up. Yeah, look. Did he just genuinely not see him, or was he trolling, or like, oh yeah, he's gonna
They stared at each
recover
other
his
for a
vision?
good second.
Yeah. I'm not too sure as well. Look, Elevate definitely kind of threw this round a little bit with the way how that sort of entry happened, because they could have easily established a great foothold around the geisha, and as it stands here, kind of just fell apart amidst it all. Whilst yes, there was also the grand push towards the drum that fell apart even more sort of phenomenally. Critchay able to just farm it all up. Oh no, yeah, but Mike, that is the last sort of thing he wanted to hear, to see, and yeah, Critchay to wrap it all up. 5-1, yeah, Panda. Definitely Concern Street is here for us.
Yeah, I can well and truly understand why we're on Concern Street currently. I don't doubt that Coach Laxing is going to have some words for them after this, but I still can't help but notice Onigiri is smiling a little.
Yeah, look. Maybe he's trying to, instill a little bit more of that sort of, a little bit more faith into the team. Maybe it's comeback time on the Elevate calendar. Given that the defense has been very precise so far, at least in the way how Champion really seem to have conducted themselves on the side of Elevate. Look, maybe it's just the attack that they've been struggling, especially against the way how Champion been really, fairly well organized in terms of just how they just held their angles really for most of it. It's been very difficult to really wedge out. Yeah, you look at that position. Ugh. That replay just it hurts.
Maybe it was a secret lovers rendezvous, and they didn't want to shoot because they knew that the love that they shared would come to an end. But unfortunately, someone betrayed that, and Elevate just got dumpstered.
Yeah. Elevate. Still, though, in the running here. Might just be able to pull off a few almost magic tricks, given that it's not yet match point for Champion, so everything could really happen. A full-on reverse sweep. 4 rounds is all that is going to take to even up the scoreline here for Elevate. Which, in terms of just knowing how they used to play, at least, they very much have a perfect opportunity to do so. As it stands, look, that is a heavy setup, though, towards the Dragon setup by the Wamai or Onigiri, so at least maybe there's going to be that to be witnessed. And weirdly enough, you look at the positioning of Elevate, for the most of it, it's only just the DCH that is playing sort of away from the side. The most of them are still in the very close, very clear vicinity towards the side, and Elevate definitely sort of almost wanting to play sort of cards very close to the heart.
Yeah, exactly. And well, Sap the first to fall in the round. This is looking scary, in all honesty. This is not ideal. Champion are playing a stunner game and finding and exposing every single one of Elevate's weaknesses so far. Barring some miracle, this could be map point for Champion, with Elevate only securing a single round.
That would be quite a shocker of a scoreline if that is the case. At least Onigiri is able to bite back here, so there's that. Critchay, the super performer, is out of the equation, although we've seen Parrot as well go to Ripper as well a couple times, so could be that one person to step up to the challenge. With the breach done and dusted into the geisha with 50 seconds remaining, this has to be the time to really go in for the push. But Powerade claiming yet another one onto DCH does not make things any easier right now for Elevate.
Not at all. Onigiri again claims one back with 37 seconds remaining. Parrot tags, so the health bars favour Elevate just that little bit more, but they're playing a dangerous game here. They are just waiting for Champion to come to them. Solotic finds Mark, 2 versus 3. The numbers game there for Champion to be able to maximise their opportunities. Onigiri down, it's on to Mr. Punch. Do they have any idea where he is? He's tucked in around the corner. 16 seconds, it's plenty of time to do it. Big damage on from Power It. Now that they know where he is, they're just going to swing, and Cthulhu, that is map point currently. The Champion over Elevate.
Look at Labyrinth just getting supercharged there. One of the most animated players right now for the Champion roster. Wait, actually, it just only now hit me. Is Labyrinth and Crit J actually playing in the same house? Yeah, they are. They are, yeah. That's neat.
Get on him.
Good on him.
It's the land buff, but at home.
Gotta get all of those buffs.
By the way, the concern, well and truly, settling in 5 rounds to overtime, and that is just to overtime. So the best that Elevate can hope for is 2 points tonight. And this is not at all how we thought this was going to go coming into Playday number 5.
Not at all, yeah. Well, definitely we're expecting, back and forth game from Elevate and Champion. Thinking that, this could be one of those closer matchups, closer games where Champion could really chomp away, a good chunk of momentum from Elevate. But yeah, as it stands, it seems like Champion might just be able to chop away the whole 3-pointer from Elevate, and that is going to be one of the first few sort of APAC South teams to fall as well to that sort of pressure. Because up until now, for the most of it, you look at it, it's look, Elevate were the only ones to take an L in the first play there, but that was against the fellow APAC South team, to Direwolves, and apart from that, it was relatively expected.
You look at the numbers across the board. Mark has a single kill. Mr. Punch has 2. Sapper has 4. So the kill or impact rather that they're having is just not the highest, as you can quite comfortably see. And it's mind-boggling to me at this point that a team of Elevate's caliber made it out of pool play at the last major in Berlin. Are about to go down potentially 7-1. Onigiri going to do what he can to deny that happening, taking down Crit J first. Hopefully, they can keep it rolling just that little bit longer.
Yeah, one would hope to see them, perform. Pull back, maybe, at least to some sort of extent. With Powerade out of the equation, that's the 2 big performers out of the equation. Firelord is obviously still also there with a 7-5 scoreline, but ultimately, it has been sort of that duo between Powerade and Crit J. Keep on pushing. Labyrinth being the ultimate support player will do his best to really make it work. Same goes for Firelord and Solotic, but as it stands, caught off on far too many angles. And this sort of shows that Elevate, maybe it's just them gauging how do they want to push is where things might start looking a little bit deadly. Although comeback with a 5-pointer still seems like a rather uphill battle, but I mean, if things keep on going the way how just Sapper swings, Elevate might just have a very fat chance to really pull it back.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if this is how Elevate can play, why haven't they? That's what.
Well, don't forget as well, it has been for the majority of the points that were gained by Champion. It was off the back of their own defense. So it may for me, I think it's more so just the question of one, attack side. That has been a very confusing one, especially on Skyscraper and teams just still figuring it all out. And 2, it's just the fact that, well, Elevate personally haven't played this map a whole lot, or at least in full confidence that they would know, oh yeah, I'm going to swing this exact position because I know out of game sense that this is where a fellow gamer is going to be.
either way, whatever the case may be, it's 4 points you've got to play up again. Just overtime. That is not fun.
Not fun at all.
I do not at all envy having to play up against that. But Elevate had to do it. There's 4 points tonight.
Oh, very much so, yeah. Elevate would have to push this. They already have been guaranteed out of a full 3-pointer to get themselves back into the sort of the general swing of things, which actually will mean quite a lot of problems. I mean, that would mean that even if they do win in overtime, if they push this to overtime first of all and then go to win, they're only contesting now in a tiebreaker against themselves and Gaming Gladiators. So any further slip-ups will basically ensure that Gaming Gladiators will be taking their 3rd place, which is a wild thing to really
comprehend,
witness. Yeah, to comprehend.
Not at all how we thought we'd be seeing things play out this evening. Mark taking the first damage of the round. You can see already Champion. They can feel just how close they are, of course, so they are going to be going at it hammer and tongs to try and close this out and get the full 3 points if possible. But, I mean, Elevate that last round, it's a glimpse of what we know that they're capable of. Whether or not they can keep that going, though, let's see.
Yeah, it's the ability to keep on going, even on the opposite side of the two sides. Well, I don't know what I was intending to say there, but whilst being on the attack, there we go. Well, I'll clear it up. Champion seeming to be showing the similar signs of that sort of struggle as the Elevate did. The only difference being one team is an Apex South team, the other one is just an OPL team. And Onigiri being able to claim the first frag does definitely deal quite a lot of damage to at least the sort of the utility economy side. With Sirlotic out of the equation, that's the frag grenade out, that's the sort of the very quick, very precise soft breach gone as well. Here on out, a lot of slack will have to be picked up here in a very quick manner as, the AUG just seems to be prevailing over the AR-33 as well.
Indeed. Flores out of the equation as well is definitely going to compound some of those issues that were already being faced by Champion. Barring some miracle shots, which, I mean, to be fair, they can hit, especially with Labyrinth shooting like that. Mark gets himself a second, but he's allowed to be traded back. Crit J out of the equation, 1 versus 3 here. Clutch situation on the cards to potentially take the map itself. They now know where he is, so Labyrinth in a bit of trouble. Backed himself away, spots Onigiri, but a little too late, unfortunately. So Elevate will keep this one going 1 round longer at least.
Bit by bit, round by round. Elevate managed to push this to overtime. How tilted Champion could get. And look at the concern as well, starting to creep in, or rather to creep in towards Champion. Pardon me, my general grammar has been just completely dying. It's 3:27 a.m. as well. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defended by attackers.
Cripple so far is just my own vocabulary, it seems. As Champion, look, trying their best to find the right solution, the right winning formula on the attack, but hitting the very same sort of glass ceiling as Elevate did in the first half. And 1 round is separating them from the win, and those 3 points, and 3 more rounds and OT, and them losing that opportunity to completely overtake Elevate.
I mean, to be fair, it does feel a little scarily similar to a Strafe the other week where they, got that really, really good start. And then all of a sudden, despite being up by 4, they just lose out completely, not being able to close out the game. So you have to hope that Champion do just have that little bit more in the tank. I mean, it's only a single round. It's far easier.
That's so. Because, talking about the general sort of mental game as well, having that sort of mentality, guys, one more round, it makes you tilt 2 times faster, really, because you're starting to think, well, how can't we win one more damn round? And it's just slowly, bit by bit, it's a crippling feeling.
Yeah, and I can only imagine the mental state inside the champion camp at the moment. They need to do something to overcome it. So, I mean, on the drones, on the info, they want to scout out this Elevate roster as thoroughly as possible, of course. But, I mean, this is where it starts. The fundamentals, the basics, getting them locked down and then moving forward.
Basics would be definitely, sort of good idea. Where's followed even pre-aiming is beyond me. Oh, Mr. Punch got basically the freest win of his of this entire matchup, really. Follow presenting that sort of, well, here's my forehead. Please shoot me there.
Well, one down. 4 to go for Elevate. To keep it going another round. Crit J just baiting things out with the Gone 6. Trying to encourage Elevate to get a bit aggressive, but
he's doing some mind games. I respect that, though.
oh yeah, DCH going to cop some big punishment there as well. They are trying the psychological warfare approach. Saria Gate dealt with heading to the final minute. I mean, they're in a great position. DCH isn't that healthy if they can finish off a kill here, but Labyrinth goes down. Onigiri with the UMP as well, finds Surge. And it's just come apart for Champion, and this might be the start of that tilt.
It is genuinely curious to me. It is curious to me how Skyscrapers like this map where it's 5-1 or nothing. Because seeing how thorough Champion defense, how confident they were on their swings. I mean, you sort of even look back at the first few rounds. Creed J swinging. He did it like as if he knew that this is literally the swing of his life, and he took it out by 110%. Now you're looking at Champion and the rest of the roster. They just sort of, they're in the same position. They're looking just about the same, almost not half lost. And that is probably a little bit even too harsh to really call it like this. But they're questioning their own ability and knowing where Elevate is. It's the lack of the information, the lack of the info gathering that has been very much crippled, it seems, here. Because, we would be looking at even the previous matchups, with the Clubhouse, with the way how GG played it all out. They had a very firm understanding where they need to go, how they need to play on both the defense and the attack. Now you look at Champion, well, yes, they have the drones, but for the most of it, it's been face check galore, which feels very odd for the most of it, given just how much, again, I keep on calling Skyscraper Labyrinth for a reason. There's just so many angles that you need to check those with the drone before you swing them.
Yeah. Hit on the head there. The armor of Crit J, so slightly more aggressive in their approach. They want to get up onto those balconies early. Try and contest this Elevate roster, who find themselves back in with a real purpose, 2 rounds away from overtime. 5-1 half trades here on Skyscraper is a bizarre prospect. And it's just, on the precipice of just converting it into a map victory there. The reality that Champion might be denied here is soul-crushing.
Very much so, yeah. Definitely one of those big wins that Champion would have, gone in saying, okay, well, this is the start of our rising. This is the start of our, whole winning arc. With DCH getting the better of Followed and Creed J, though, that chance dwindles even further. 3 more frags, that's a 5-6 scoreline. Yeah. Despite the pause, despite the, the talks, Champion not particularly looking too fresh. Onigiri gets to fell as well. Poor Celodic. It's all down to Powerade and Labyrinth. Whilst, yes, both players been able to shine on a number of occasions, it may be just that shining maybe a little bit too little, too late.
Getting to wonder if this is maybe the reason that Onigiri was smiling, knowing full well that once they head over to the defense, it is all...
Will just completely crush their confidence. Onigiri confirmed the
a
Grinch.
magic trick, reverse sweep out as soon as they head to the defense, and are we going to see some shenaniganry attempted? Power it does get the kill onto Onigiri. He would have been swinging onto the unfortunate play, and it's a team kill. And that is not going to assist the mental whatsoever. With that kill, 1 round away in the final round of regulation, Cthulhu. The reality being that Champion might have just let this opportunity slip.
Here comes the timeout, though. So one last round before just the overtime. For Champion, they need to make sure that they nail their communication, because flank the past 2 rounds been quite clinical from Elevate. DCH being able to completely nail his opponents in a very clinical manner has definitely been a very big thing to really look out for. And Champion been really struggling. The moment that flank comes around, the moment that first blood comes in, this is where they just completely thwart at any sort of prospect of finding themselves the a good stance, a good point. Whereas, I mean, you look at Elevate, they're thriving on this. They're thriving on the sheer amount of mistakes and, the nerves that Champion are copping right now. Champion, borderline nearly, would be almost, you would say, shaking. It was like, oh, guys, we're just about against Elevate. And in comes the Psych. Elevate sends the Uno sort of reverse card, and, well, from there on out, it's all sort of done and dusted.
Yeah, the momentum shift has been quite severe in the grand scheme of Skyscraper. And you may look at DCH and Onigiri leading that charge. I mean, we were questioning what the heck was going on that first half. They were barely connecting their shots. They weren't even... it just felt like they were funneling in one by one only to die. Now they head over to the defense. They well and truly a team with a plan. That plan is working incredibly well. You're looking at the Frost to come into play. You got the Mute, the Warden, trying to counteract what utility is being brought by Champion. Honestly, I think we are on the cards for that overtime appearance.
Very much so. Overtime, full reverse comeback. What? Reverse comeback? Full comeback on our hands here, courtesy of Elevate. Defense side proving to be a very dominant sort of side on this very map, as the previous statistics certainly showing that the way how both sides been quite relatively close to each other, that will get quite a thorough change, at least within the context of OPL.
Yeah, busting up the hard yards right now. Almost a minute into the first. Well, a minute deep here in the final round of the regulation. Champion a little bit slow, a little bit more hesitant to get themselves in, and I think that is justifiable at this stage, given how this second half has played out. Honestly, very surprising to me that Champion are being able to resist as best they can at this stage.
Yeah, it is a weird sort of dynamic change here, where we now start talking about Champion resisting this pressure rather than Champion applying the very center, which is quite a almost now sort of dynamic switch. Onigiri now sitting on double digits, 14-8. Makes you almost forget about all the horrible atrocities that were committed upon Elevate in the first half, with the way how the first half concluded in that sort of 5-1, but it seems like that is sort of the trade to come around. Still, though, for Champion, 5 frags is all that separates them and the win, the 3-pointer. Still, their opportunity is very much there. But as it stands, Onigiri might just get quite a handful, and indeed he will. Fell by Crit-J, and this might just be the round for Champion to really take.
That's, a colossal start to take as well. Whether or not they know Mr. Punch is tucked in here, up in the mezzanine on the on the roof, so to speak, inside. I mean, honestly, he could do a lot of damage here if he's unscouted. In fact, I think that's the case for the majority of the Elevate roster. But Crit J finds himself 2 before he goes down, but Solid quickly follows after Sapper traded out to make that one. Mr. Punch, the last to find anything, and Labyrinth with the secondary helps Champion take the victory off Elevate. Labyrinth, he's out of his seat. Power at Stoke. And Cthulhu, Elevate have dropped the Champion in the final round of regulation.
My lord. Well, Panda, that's one way to really wrap it all up after what it felt like it was about to be a overtime game for us. 5-1 trades left, right, and center. No, at the end of it all, it was the first and the last Champion were able to really establish for themselves, and well, came out victorious, but by a round that felt almost like a fever dream, really.
You're not wrong. I honestly, none of us predicted coming to the day. You look at it, 4 rounds to start. They drop 1, they get another 2. Elevate get themselves 4 rounds back to push us to the final of regulation, and then that's where it all comes apart. That's where it all falls to pieces. To Elevate, they can't do it. I mean, Crit J, instrumental in the victory for Champion here tonight, and they are going to be absolutely stoked. Elevate's out of top 4, Cthulhu.
Top 4, what a time to be alive. And I mean, from here on out, it is a bit of a race now, just to get to the playoff bracket. I mean, you look at the next game, it's Elevate versus Obsession, and for Champion, it is Champion and X. Arguably, both teams should be able to come out with a 3-pointer, but even then, that is just, well, continuing that sort of now the race that now Champion leads, and Elevate needs to catch up on 2 spots within a single day lost off the back of a singular loss.
I mean, that's insane. That is a huge upset change. Champion are going to be absolutely stoked that they've been able to come in and take down one of the biggest teams in the region, of course, in Elevate. And the way in which it happened too on Skyscraper, you couldn't have asked for better.
Very much so. Yeah, look, Champion, they do keep themselves the title of the Kingslayers, it seems. As Elevate being punched down even lower now, even on the leaderboard, on their sort of general sort of performance. And whilst, yes, look, it was a good attempt at the comeback, and it nearly worked out. You know, 4 rounds in a row. They definitely looked like they were very much ready to rumble, ready to go into OT and, well, retake this over. Unfortunately, just leaving it all down to the very last moment certainly didn't give them any sort of benefits, any sort of advantages. And, well, at the end of it all, maybe Sky in the near future needs to be evaded.
Yeah, look, I think so. I think they would definitely be wanting to avoid something like that, but it's an interesting day to see played out. I mean, so far, 3 matches that went exactly as we thought they would, and then one that just gets completely flipped on its head, goes the full 12 rounds of regulation, with Elevate just missing out in the final. Good thing, though, we all predicted the same, so no one really gets any significant lead out of it.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna be honest, I'm quite surprised. So can be our wonderful viewer as well. If you chat if you type hashtag call your shots into the chat, you are in for the win for 600 R6 credits plus the Operation League Southeast Asia pin as well on top of it all, as we are just about to do the final few bits of giveaways. But yeah, as a conclusion to it all, well, for the most of it, apart from the loss of Elevate, the rest feels like it's sort of, this is where things supposed to be, I guess. I mean, at least in terms of the top 3.
Do you want a little fun fact? No one predicted Champion in Twitch chat. 27,000 points put on Elevate, and no one cleans them up. No one gets to claim them.
Ay.
What a wild turn of events.
What a day. Man, I could have farmed up some Twitch points here. Damn.
You could have, but you didn't. Hashtag
true.
L plus ratio. Unfortunate.
L plus ratio. Indeed. Indeed, L plus ratio. This is a huge turn of events here for them. This is the breakthrough game that they needed. They already, been looking to claim some other names. They already claimed the dub over the Obsession, nearly claimed the dub over GG, and now it's their claim over Elevate in the regular rounds as well, which is probably one of the biggest things to really look out for, setting themselves up for that early positioning in the top 4. Whereas now with Elevate sort of dropping down into the 5th spot, the bottom 3 now feel even more disconnected, it seems, from the rest of the race.
Well, that's the thing. We'll jump on into the leaderboard and see how it is currently standing after a rather tumultuous end. That 5 in just a moment. I think it makes that run to the finish here in the Ops League just that little bit spicier, given that Champion do just have that little leg up. Not to mention the one of the head-to-heads this season going their way.
Yeah, the big head-to-head, and that, funnily enough, got upgraded just in both sides. We were thinking that this head-to-head will be broken up today, with sort of Gaming Gladiators possibly, boosting away from it all. But no, it's both Gaming Gladiators and Champion. They just decided to let's move ourselves both up. Whereas for Elevate, yeah, things looking rather problematic. Only 2 points behind both of the teams. So say both GG and Champion somehow end up losing, well, Elevate might just be back into the general. Whereas you look at Direwolves and Fury, they are well and truly locked themselves in for a very, very nice contention as it is.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought that's a... yeah, I'm that flabbergasted that's how things have gone tonight. I couldn't have called it.
Indeed.
And normally I'm pretty on top of it when it comes to predictions, but there you have it. Elevate in the bottom 4. 2 points out, so it's not like they couldn't find themselves there in the top 4 once again before we head to playoffs, but now it becomes a race of can Champion do enough to avoid being overtaken again? And it will start next week, of course. Obviously, match 1, Obsession versus Elevate, does spice that one up just that little bit more. Match 2, Straight versus Gaming Gladiators. Match 3, Variant X versus Champion, which, I mean, could, keep that gap for another play day, obviously, tomorrow night. And, well, the big match, the big one that we're all waiting for to see who will rightfully claim first seed in the competition. Direwolves versus Fury Cthulhu.
I'm very much excited for the Direwolves versus Fury, really, because this is the battle for the top position. Whilst we already have our own sort of isolated, complete and sort of now race for the bottom 2 playoff spots, the top 2 is where it is going to be the very juiciest one, because this one I reckon could go into full over for sure. Fury has been quite clinical, so is Direwolves. With Direwolves now starting to really, crank up their own revs and, starting to gain their own momentum, it could certainly pose us for a very, very strong sort of matchup to watch, which I'm actually low-key even sort of sad that we don't get to cast it together, that one matchup, because out of all of these, I actually reckon Direwolves versus Fury would be a very interesting one to cast to watch, but I'll be personally still will be keen to keep an eye out for it, at least to keep track of the scoreline and how it develops.
I mean, likely it'll also be one of the best that we've had all season, which is pretty phenomenal as well. So yeah, definitely excited to see the fallout from that, so to speak. I couldn't be more excited to see just how the rest of the season does go. But Cthulhu, I think that might just be it from us here in the Ops League for Playday number 5. We are going to be back tomorrow. Not us, unfortunately. Like Cthulhu said, we don't have the pleasure of casting this one. But I think Cthulhu, I think that's us. I think we're done. We'll look to sign off, and until tomorrow night, we'll see you then.
To the come up, it's the first page, but I shift the road out just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. Dirty air in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If it was a beef, Leo turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of pull now, I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last through the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rugged, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to be on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Live it in a moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the Rambo. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be fighting all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible. Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?